bilateral cooperation and investments. This forum is being jointly organized by the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, Apex Brazil, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICI, the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Brazil, the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services of Brazil, and the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade of India. It also counts on the support of the National Confederation of Industry of Brazil, CNI, and the India-Brazil Chamber of Commerce, IBCC. Brazil has arrived in India with a large delegation of business people, honorable ministers, and other distinguished authorities. To align the forum's agenda with the schedule of the state visit between His Excellency Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Honorable President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome on the stage the President of Apex Brazil, Mr. Jorge Viana. The President of the Federation of Industries of the state of Goiás and board member of the National Confederation of Industry, Mr. André Luiz Rocha. The Additional Secretary of the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Ms. Himani Pandey. The Trade Promotion Director of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Brazil, Ambassador Alex Giacomelli. The President of Banco do Brasil, Brazil Bank, Ms. Tarciana Midrios. And the Director General of FICI, Ms. Jyoti Vij. And ladies and gentlemen, to present the Honorable Minister, His Excellency Mr. Fernando Haddad, Honorable Minister of Finance, Brazil, and to welcome him to the podium, I request the President of Apex Brazil, Mr. Jorge Viana.
Bom dia a todas, todos. Peço que, por favor, ponham o equipamento de tradução, porque o nosso convidado, que vai abrir o fórum, foi uma recomendação do presidente Lula como um gesto de agradecimento pela presença das empresárias, dos empresários indianos e das empresárias, dos empresários brasileiros. O presidente Lula pediu que a abertura desse fórum empresarial, que é um dos maiores que já realizamos no seu governo, o 20º, seja feita pelo ministro da Fazenda do Brasil, que tem feito um extraordinário trabalho de sanear as finanças, a economia brasileira, de criar um ambiente de negócios que o Brasil não experimentava há tempos. E o presidente Lula nos pediu, e ele mesmo pessoalmente falou com o ministro, que ele deveria fazer uma palestra inicial desse fórum. Então, é uma honra para nós todos termos, inaugurando esse fórum, que teremos um dia de debate, de mesas redondas aqui com os nossos convidados. Eu queria convidar o ministro Fernando Haddad para fazer a fala inaugural em nome do nosso governo.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. É uma honra ter sido incumbido pelo presidente da República de fazer a abertura desse fórum tão importante, que enseja tantas esperanças de uma aproximação maior entre dois países tão importantes quanto o Brasil e Índia. O Brasil e a Índia ocupam no cenário internacional posições muito importantes, não apenas no G20, não apenas nos BRICS, mas também no IBAS, que é o conjunto dos 3 países, Índia, Brasil e África do Sul, comprometidos com a democracia. Nós estamos falando de 2 grandes democracias e 2 países que têm recebido cada vez maior atenção da comunidade internacional, tanto do ponto de vista político, pela importância diplomática que tem nos fóruns internacionais, quanto pela comunidade dos empreendedores, que veem nesses 2 países oportunidades de geração de emprego, renda, maior igualdade, maiores oportunidades. Para nós, brasileiros, é muito importante que nós possamos compartilhar, sobretudo com os nossos colegas da Índia, empresários da Índia, as oportunidades que estão disponíveis no Brasil e o ambiente econômico que está sendo preparado para ser receptáculo do maior número de investimentos no nosso país, diante das oportunidades que estão sendo abertas. O Brasil vem consolidando uma economia cada vez mais forte. Desde a estabilização da moeda nos anos 90, nós somos alvo de reformas importantes ao longo de 3 décadas, que vem gerando uma situação econômica cada vez mais favorável aos investimentos. A primeira coisa a notar, né, nesse período é que o Brasil hoje ele é credor internacional, credor líquido internacional. Nós saímos de uma situação de dívida externa dos anos 80, 90, meados dos anos 90, e, sobretudo, a partir do ano 2000 e da posse do presidente Lula em 2003, nós começamos a honrar os nossos compromissos internacionais e, ato contínuo, passamos a ser detentores de uma das maiores reservas cambiais do mundo, assim como a Índia é. Isso oferece a um país com as características do Brasil um colchão de proteção contra choques externos que tem sido testado e aprovado ao longo das últimas décadas. Nós passamos por 2 grandes crises internacionais, a crise de 2008, crise financeira, e a crise sanitária em torno da pandemia de Covid, que demonstraram a solidez dessa tese. As nossas reservas internacionais são efetivamente um colchão de proteção que mantém a economia funcionando bem, apesar dos choques externos. O Brasil foi o último país que entrou na crise de 2008 e foi o primeiro que saiu. Já no ano de 2010, a economia brasileira crescia a 7,5%. No ano de 2010, foi esse o crescimento da economia brasileira. De 3 anos para cá, nós voltamos a crescer em bases sustentáveis. O Brasil está crescendo desde a posse do 3º mandato do presidente Lula a uma taxa média de 3% ao ano. Lembrando que a nossa taxa de crescimento demográfico hoje é bastante baixa, portanto, esse crescimento ele tem uma repercussão na renda per capita bastante importante para as nossas características atuais demográficas, e isso tem permitido ao Brasil ajustar suas contas pós-pandemia, nós saindo de um déficit crônico nas nossas contas primárias de entre 1,5% e 2% do PIB, para uma situação, no fechamento do mandato do presidente Lula, de equilíbrio fiscal. Se no próximo mandato nós fizermos apenas metade do esforço feito até aqui para corrigir os desequilíbrios das nossas contas internas, nós conseguiremos, no próximo mandato, estabilizar a trajetória da nossa dívida pública e reduzir substancialmente os juros para permitir um ciclo de desenvolvimento ainda mais forte do que o atual. Nós estamos crescendo a 3% ao ano e, sem sombra de dúvidas, com as reformas
term, and with this correction of the trajectory for the next term, you are able to retrieve the growth rates that you saw in the first and second terms of President Lula, that were around 4% of growth per year of our GDP. Apart from this reserve that I mentioned, it's also important to mention another set of factors very propitious to a bigger growth. That is our energy sovereignty. Brazil has, in first place, the energetic matrix, the cleaner matrix energetic of the planet. 90% of our energy, our electric energy, is from a renewable source. Does not come from fossil combustibles. It's a clean energy. And our total energy matrix is more than 50% clean. Would like to remind that Brazil is amongst the biggest producer of petrol in the world. You have the solar and eolic energy, the cheapest of the world. We have the best wind and the best sun for the energy. We have a production matrix of combustibles that India also knows well. It's also one of the biggest in the world, especially in the production of biodiesel, ethanol. Today, all the gasoline from Brazil is mixed at around 30% with ethanol. Our fraud is especially a flex. It's going to become a hybrid flex. And the Brazilian cars are being produced with electric batteries, but keeping the hybrid flex to combine the energy of electric battery with ethanol. This is going to make our matrix more and more clean. Biodiesel is already a reality in Brazil. We have 15% of mixture, 30% of ethanol, 15% for biodiesel, and Brazil today has a global energetic matrix that is very welcoming for investments, especially for those who look for clean energy for its production. And you know that the clean energy is going to be a competitive factor, very important in the near future, once the countries start to lift that non-tarifary barriers that is not associated with the production and to the carbon emission. So whoever produces the industrial production with low carbon emission, you have a better competitivity. So we talk about the exchange reserve that gives up protection. Now I'm talking about the energy matrix, which is also a very important component for the competitivity. The third element that's very important to keep in mind is that Brazil, very recently, had one of the worst tariff systems in the world, according to the World Bank report. And we have approved in our democratic system the biggest reformulation of tax in our history, from the IVA tax that's going to be 100% digitalized in Brazil. It's going to be the most digitalized tax system in the world that will start on 1st January 2027. Some features are very important. First, there will be no charge from the investment. The investment will not pay aggregate post. Secondly, the exports also. Brazil, starting from next year, is going to turn towards the external market with the same strength that it has its internal market. And third, a variety of products from food items to medical items, totally free from tax, to allow the tax to have access to food and medicines even cheaper than they are today. We have mechanisms in place called cashback for low income population, which is very difficult to do, as you may be aware. Normally, the tax above consume is progressive, but this characteristic of Brazilian tributary system, we are going to allow the return of the tax for people from low income, and they are subscribing the low income registry in Brazil, which is related to the economic situation of each family in Brazil. This is very important for the investments, and from 1st January 2027, we are going to turn the key in the tax world in Brazil. It's going to change substantially. What are the results so far that you achieved? I think it's very important to mention that you are not only promising better indicators. Now, you are already sowing the fruits of the politics that have been introduced slowly. We have the lowest inflation for the past 40 years in Brazilian history. The term in Brazil is of 40 years. If you consider the current term of President Lula, and we accumulated inflation for the past 40 years, already consider the projected one, it's going to be the lowest inflation of our history. Apart from that, we have the lowest unemployment tax of history. The last number, it was of 5.1%. When you add inflation and unemployment, we have a uneasiness index in the society. We know that unemployment and inflation are very bad, especially for the population of lower income. So when you add these two indicators, it's the lowest index of discomfort of the history of Brazil. Apart from that, we are growing at about 3% per year. And with these reforms, we hope to grow the GPD up to 3.4% per year. The inequality index today in Brazil, and you know that our society in Brazil and India, they face a big problem of inequality. We have the lowest index of our history. It means we are on the path to reduce the inequality. You are with the biggest earning mass and the biggest number of people working also in our history. Our population, our economic active population is the biggest. The salary of this population is bigger, and our inequality index is the least one. We know that the consume of the families, they support our economies, the growth of our economies. So from the point of view of the consume, public and the investments, public and private, are increasing. There's been a long time since you have invested so much, especially in infrastructure. But today you have a legislation in partnership of public and private sectors that allow us to leverage investment in infrastructure as we haven't seen in a long time, generating energy, railways, airports, ports. Our infrastructure is going through a transformation very significant, and these partnerships are allowing that our competitivity grow, especially if you take into account the level of Brazilian production and the necessity of delivery of this population. We are talking about of a country of 8 billion square kilometers, and from the point of view of exterior, we are on the highest of our external commerce of around $600 billion per year. I'm bringing this to the knowledge, especially for the Indian entrepreneurs here, that there is no worry, there is no reason for our interchange to be so shy as it is today. Our President Lula, in everything that you have been heard from the Prime Minister Modi, they have a good relationship with President Lula. They have a desire to grow. All that is happening in both our countries allows us to imagine a near future of partnership. We are 250 billion on one side, 1.4 billion on another side. We need more interchange, not only commercial, but also cultural, but also in relation to the tourism, in every other sector that keep our nations close to each other. I'm sure that this meeting, so well promoted by both nations, will be a big starting point for our relations to deepen even more with gain for both of us, with interaction, for our economics to develop in the correct way. We have to spread the well-being of our societies. I believe you are in front of a big opportunity with two great chief of states that like each other, they wish well for each other, they represent big nations, and they have this closeness. And I believe that the result of this meeting is none other than the establishment of clear goals, so this dream can be realized as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Excellency, for your insightful address, for honoring us with your presence today. I would request all our eminent speakers to kindly join the Honorable Minister, His Excellency, for the official photograph. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now request all of you to kindly direct your attention towards the screen as we present before you a brief institutional video by Apex Brazil. Can we have the video, please?
This is the story of a place where everyone wants to live in. We'll let you know right away that there is room for everyone. Over 8.5 million kilometers of pure ginga. This is the story of a place where everyone wants to live in. We'll let you know right away that there is room for everyone. Over 8.5 million kilometers of pure ginga.
I think there's a technical error there. We will come back with the video later. And now to officially open the Brazil-India Business Forum, we invite again to the podium the President of the
This is the story
Brazil,
of a...
Mr. Jorge Viana.
Bem, eu não tenho
I have no ways to begin my words without thanking Minister Fernando Haddad for such a rich explanation of the moment that Brazil is going through, and also to bring the expectation that President Lula, the government of President Lula, has to be initializing a new historical phase between the relationship Brazil and India. Today, I have the opportunity to welcome this, to receive this newspaper, and it brings a photo of President Modi and President Lula. And I believe that expresses extremely well the moment that we're going through. It's a moment of union, of work, perspectives, and also a very rich phase between the relationships between our people, our countries, and also with great effect in the Brazilian economy and the Indian economy as well. I would like to greet and also thank Ms. Jyoti Vit from FIC, and it has been our partner in the realization of this event. I would also like to thank my colleague Ana Repesa, director of Apex, and all the colleagues from Apex for being able to for this calling to do this meeting. And also we had the help from Itamaraty and also Alex Giacomelli that is present here with us. I also thank you, your contribution. I would like to greet Tassiana Medeiros, that is the president of Banco do Brasil, and she honors us with her presence, and she will also have her words, her opening words. Himani Panji, the Secretary of Promotion of Industry and Commerce in India, and also to greet André Luiz Rocha, that is also representing here President Alban from CNI, the Confederation of Industries, National Industries in Brazil, as a president of the Federation of the Industries of Goiás. I would like to also greet the governor of Bahia, Jerônimo Rodrigues, that is present here, and he is a great manager representing the Northeast Consortium of Governors, and has been doing an extraordinary work in the state of Brazil, where Brazil started. And I would also like to greet our dear minister, our friend Márcio Elias Rosa. He is the Ministry of Development and Commerce Industries in Brazil. He is here as with Apex, where Apex is connected, and he represents here our Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, and also great Minister Luciana Santos of Science and Technology and Innovation, that she will also come up to give us an evaluation of how Brazil has been advancing in this area. I would like to also greet the Parliament, the people from the Parliament, and also these few words, because we are going to have President Lula in the closing ceremony, and we will also have a day of debates. It's only to reaffirm something that President Lula has passed on to us. He asked us so that we could talk to our brothers in India, and also more than that, for us to invite for the ladies and gentlemen here to believe in Brazil and to make investments in our country. And also in the same way, it's also here the president of Vale, and he has been a great partner from that we have, one of the biggest companies in our country. And Vale tomorrow, throughout the day today, will reaffirm the commitment of investments of $500 million here in India. So it's a process, it's a process, bilateral process. It's another perspective here that we have the president of Embraer, my friend Francisco. where there is a perspective from Embraer to also make investments of a few $100 million here in this country, the most populous country in the world. So it's in this way that Brazil comes offering mutual work in different areas. And these areas, we are going to discuss it here today. We're going to talk about biofuel. We're going to talk about food security. We're going to talk about innovation. We are also going to talk about strategic action in critical minerals in the new industry. And also, and this, I think, it's justifies the realization of this forum. This is the 20th forum that President Lula takes part of it. And he really believed that we would have a presence, an intense and enormous presence of investors and business people. So great business leaders from Brazil are here. The biggest delegation of ministers that the president has taken to a trip, it's here in New Delhi. And I'm also very grateful to see the interest of the counterpart of India to also be here with us. Yesterday, I had the privilege to have lunch and I was invited by Mr. Chandra, and he leads the group Tata, and also with our friend Francois that works in TCS in Brazil, and also Mr. Chandra, and he was there in our country. He came and had a meeting with the president, vice president, and Minister Haddad. He's very optimist. Coinciding his optimism is, it feels like it's like my optimism, because we cannot just understand as normal Brazil that has a trade flow, foreign investment that is very voluminous, and it's the same to India. Brazil has a trade flow with China of $150 billion. Brazil has a trade flow with the US of nearly $100 billion. Brazil has a trade flow with Europe of nearly $100 billion. And why does the trade flow with India is only $15 billion? Myself, in my role as the president of Apex, I have been going through the whole world and I study these numbers. And I have a team that works on these numbers, and I can reassure in my realistic optimism that maybe the business environment that can have greater growth in the foreign trade in Brazil is with India. And certainly, if we go from $15 billion to 30, it'll be even small, considering if we go from 30 to 50, it's still small. I had an interview and I mentioned $100 billion, and that was the same number that I heard from Chandra, the CEO of the group Tata. He sees that the trade flow with Brazil and India has to reach $100 billion. So I'm translating in numbers the opportunities and the different opportunities. Which group will grow in this trade flow growth between Brazil and India? I cannot be certain. However, this growth will come because it will be a decision from President Lula, from the Minister of Finance of Brazil, and to treat Brazil and India in a strategic way. And they are two countries that have a great history that allows this advancement. The relationship between Brazil and India growing, it doesn't only bring nothing contentious to the world, because they are countries that have similarities, that they act together in the G20 and BRICS, and they act together as leaders of the global south. So these are my words to reaffirm that perhaps the best business environment in the whole world, The greatest commercial relationship and cooperation that Brazil can have is with India, from the point of view that we have the possibility to grow, and it's the same to India in relation to our country. We are here talking about Brazil that has nearly 210 million inhabitants and that live in this environment that Minister Haddad mentioned, and also India that has the biggest population in the planet. So there's a lot that we can work together and cooperate, and this business forum, without a doubt, it's an answer. It's to this picture. Here the leaders are meeting and they are making a commitment, and in our forum can begin the work so that the cooperation, that the trade flow can grow. So I'm very honored as the president of APEX to be here. We just opened an office of APEX here yesterday in New Delhi. We launched it yesterday with President Lula as a consequence of this purpose to grow the relationship between our countries. And also we had the first action to take to the showcase and to the shelves of the modern bazaar Brazilian products. So it is a program that is beginning, and we want that everything that Brazil has, that it's good, can get to India, and everything that India has can get to Brazil. So very good. Thank you very much. Have a great forum. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Viena, for reaffirming Brazil's strong commitment in strengthening the economic cooperation with India. And ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the President of the Federation of Industries of the State of Goiás and board member of the National Confederation of Industry, Mr. Andre Luis Roca, for his address.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of on behalf of the conference, I am bringing the greetings to all the ladies and gentlemen here. And in order to take our partnership between both the countries, we're going to take it to the next level. And I would like to thank Mr. Fernando Haddad, who is the finance minister of Brazil, also, and Mr. George Lees, and Alex Jumieli, and Mr. Simani Pandey, who's also the additional secretary of the Indian industry, and all the other representatives of the industries of India and in industries of Brazil. And both the countries of India and Brazil have which are beneficially helpful for both the industries to increase the commercial relationship. And the discovery of Brazil also came out to be around the same time when the sailors wanted to find the way to India, and therefore we find it is very essential for both the countries to cooperate with each other. And we have huge vast land, and also we have a huge human resources, and we have great industries, and so we can cooperate in order to give some increase in the global trade. And we also have shared challenges and shared growth trajectory. During the past decade, we have increased our trade from 5.6 to $15 billion. And as our our friend George Viana said, we have to increase it to very high levels of $100 billion. And we have been increasing our bilateral cooperation in the fields of pharmaceuticals and agricultural and technology. And we are also convinced that we have a great potential about for increasing the cooperation in many areas, because there are a number of areas which are complementary to each other. And the business agreement that was signed between India and Mercosur also gave an impetus to the commercial relationships that we have. And we can come together and find out new opportunities for business between our countries, which are distant from each other. And we are going to create a new channel of communication between both the industries of both the countries. And it is also essential to increase the investment between both the countries in order to increase the innovations that are being carried out. And we can have collaboration in many other areas as well, which are very important, like transition of energy from into clean energy. And here we have the leaders, which being led by CNI, and also FECI, which is from India. And the mechanism which has been made is for make deeper cooperation between both the countries. And we have to form a channel so that private industries can form their partnerships with the other countries, with the industries on the other side of Atlantic. And to strengthening of the chains of industries and partnership of in technology and transformation of digital industry, and also artificial intelligence to be increased on both sides, and transitioning from into clean energy, and also for interchanging minerals, which are very critical, and for cooperating in the area of aerospace also is very important. And we are going to facilitate it, reducing the commercial barriers and non-commercial barriers which are existing for the bilateral trade. And also in the case of health industry and pharmaceutical industry and agricultural industry and agricultural technology, and also for human resources to move from one country to the other, we have to facilitate by providing visa. And both our countries, India and Brazil, are good partners in order to develop partnerships for the long term, and in order to increase the productivity and to increase the competitivity in various areas. I would like to also highlight the fact that ladies participating in the industry is also increasing on your side. The presence of ladies who are representing the countries of BRICS also happened in India, and we're going to have a partnership between India and within the ambit of BRICS, we're going to have this. And the traditional production is also strategic in our cooperation. And Mrs. Monica Monteiro is leading the latest delegation of BRICS to this place. And we know that the ladies participating in business is in the case of investments and in research and development is also very important in taking it. among the Indian embassies and BRICS is we're going to increase and contribution of the investments and industrial cooperation between Brazil and India. In order to increase the bilateral business deals, and also I'm sure that this business forum is going to form a virtuous connection between the projects of both the countries, and these will translate into new businesses and economic growth of both the countries. And only love builds up, as we say in our state of Goiás. Thank you.
Sir, for your valuable insights and sharing the Brazil's industrial collaboration opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to hear from the Additional Secretary of the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade in the Ministry of Commerce of India, Ms. Himani Pandey.
Good morning, everyone. This very ambitious agenda, which has been set by President Apex Brazil, Mr. Viana, and the CNI Councillor, Rusha. I think if I had to make a short speech, I would just say I second everything that they have said. But we all have some time on our hands, so I warmly welcome all of you to this forum and all the delegates here. As we all know, we've had a deeper engagement, not only in history, through a shared history where we were sort of the two external pillars of an imperial past, but through genetics of cattle, I would say, and the democratic institutions that we've built, the diversity and the development that we've shared over the years, our relation has gone from strength to strength. And I think if we look at last year when Prime Minister Modi visited, and the visit of President Lula, I think this relationship is set for an increased transformative pathway. We all know, as Mr. Vian said, that we are firing on not all our cylinders. We are still at only about $15 billion of trade, which is way below what we should be at. He talked about big numbers, 100 billion, 150 billion. I think the ambition which we've set for ourselves is still way below what the potential of this relationship is all about. And I think the target that we've set for 2030 as about 20 billion is way, way below. And I think we can always do better through our increased momentum. I agree completely with Rusha when he says that the trade barriers which we have in both our countries sometimes do inhibit the takeaways and the increased trade that could have happened between the two countries. Now, amongst these two visits that the Prime Minister and the President have had, 5 pillars which are of immediate strategic importance to the country have been identified as defense and security, food and nutritional security, energy transition and climate action, digital transformation and emerging technologies, and industrial partnerships. And these pillars reflect our shared priorities and provide a roadmap for sustained collaboration. India's economy, we all know, has been firing on all cylinders. We achieved about 7.8% GDP, which, as Vian said, was something which was very similar in Brazil. We beat expectations and have significantly outpaced from last year's growth rate of 6.5%. What's making this growth sustainable is the services sector surge, the manufacturing renaissance, which we've undertaken through the PLI schemes. Now, this is something which we are also looking at towards Brazil also in terms of investment, and the infrastructure capex boom, which has happened about 120 billion capital expenditure only in 24-25, which has created a physical foundation. From Brazil, one of the first things which I really loved about your speech was about how women power everywhere, not only in Brazil, but also in India. I think we are seeing large representation of women in industry, in boards across the companies, as well as in startups today. We have about 48% of our startups who have at least one woman member on their board. So that's a really, really good and happy moment for women power. And way to go, ladies. The first thing that comes to our mind when we think of Brazil as well as India is the abundance of natural resources. Right from the time when all of us were in school and we were looking at civics or economics, we talked about ethanol in Brazil. We also talked about the Amazon rainforest throughout. So those were the early introductions which every child in India has towards Brazil. Now that is a treasure trove that not only powers your nation, but also in a way the world. I remember reading last year in one of the school books, syllabus, which is there about how the oxygen from the Amazon rainforest does not need any visa to clean up the air across the world. So Brazil is also truly at the forefront of critical minerals like niobium, lithium, and iron ore, the very minerals that are now shaping strategic partnerships and shaping the future of technology and the global energy transition. Your industries are evolving fairly in synergistic sectors to ours: aerospace, automotive, and digital technologies. And all of this together make India and Brazil as a strategic partner in global supply chains, offering not only resources, but also ideas, innovation, and the vision for the future. Together, working together, we see a dynamic, forward-looking relationship in a country which will shape the global landscape. We are two nations and one rhythm of growth. When the streets of Rio come alive, and I have been told that many of you and your delegation are looking back constantly at the reels and the feed which is flowing from the carnival back from Rio. When the streets of Rio are coming alive with samba, it carries the same energy as the Indian festivals, a celebration of diversity, democracy, and joy. Our friendship goes beyond trade. It's built on shared warmth, culture, resilience, and a belief that progress must include everyone. Where you stand tall as the beating heart of Latin America, a nation of creativity and courage, rich in natural resources, energy, and culture. We also have, and as the finance minister talked about the digital transformation that is taking place across your tax administration, I would like to also share with you that here also in India, rapid transformation across ensuring business predictability, regulatory predictability has happened, and along with the huge digital stack that we have built over the past couple of years. We look forward and to a deeper engagement with Brazil. And I must say that our engagement in DPIT has also been on the intellectual property pillar with Brazil, where during the GRATK conference for genetic resources and traditional knowledge, the treaty that was adopted in WIPO in 2024, Ambassador Patriota steered the whole conference to include the voice of the Global South. And as we forge ahead in this partnership, we celebrate our shared strengths, our innovation and economy opportunity as a platform to foster innovation and unlock new economic opportunities with global responsibility, and we look ahead with confidence. I once again welcome all of you to India and hope to have a very strong relationship and partnership with India. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the Trade Promotion Director of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Brazil, Ambassador Alex Giacomelli. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Good morning, Jorge Viana, President of Apex Brazil, Ms. Jyoti Vish, Director General of FICI, Mr. André Luiz Rocha, Board Member of the Brazilian Confederation of Industry, Mr. Imani Pandey, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce of India, Ms. Tarciana Medeiros, President of Banco do Brasil, Mr. Jerônimo Rodrigues, Governor of Bahia, Mrs. Monica Monteiro, President of BRICS Women Business Alliance, Mrs. Ana Repesa, Director of Apex Brazil, distinguished ministers, distinguished business leaders. It is an honor to take part in the opening of this business forum on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. I am pleased to see here high-level representatives from companies on both sides, leaders who play a vital role in strengthening our trade and investment relationship. As was said here, bilateral trade between Brazil and India surpassed $15 billion in 2025, reaching the highest figure in our historical series. This increase reflects an intensification of our bilateral economic relationship, marked by a growing number of missions and contacts between Brazilian and Indian business leaders, as well as announcements of reciprocal investments. In recent years, several Brazilian companies have opened new factories or expanded their presence in the Indian market. During this forum, we will also witness important announcements of Brazilian investments in partnership with Indian private sector players in areas such as aviation, mining, and health. At the same time, I'd like to highlight the substantial Indian investments in Brazil in areas such as information technology, automotive, pharmaceuticals, agricultural machinery, mining, infrastructure, fuels, and consulting services. Although we are on the right path, there remains untapped potential in our economic partnership. This is one of the reasons why we are negotiating the expansion of the preferential trade agreement between Mercosur and India. This initiative aims to strengthen our strategic ties amid the reconfiguration of global trade. The panels of this seminar reflect the areas of greatest convergence between our business communities and the areas where we see strong opportunities for deeper collaboration: technology, energy, health, agribusiness, and farming. In an increasingly complex global geopolitical environment, our countries have shown a shared commitment to diversifying trade and investment flows. I firmly believe that closer Brazil-India ties can serve as a successful example of how emerging economies can build resilient and mutually beneficial partnerships. Let us, therefore, continue along this path, one that will bring greater economic growth, employment, and prosperity for both our nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Giacomelli. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to invite the President of Banco da Brazil, Ms. Tarciana Medeiros, to kindly give her remarks.
Excellencies and authorities of the countries of India and the representatives of Brazil of the financial sector of Brazil and India. Good morning to all of you. And I feel that it is a very great honor for me to participate and also to lead a group of entrepreneurs from our country to Delhi. And I know that India has a very long history of culture and my colleague, Mr. George Viana, also came over here and gave his speech. And I would like to thank every companion of ours of our group. And I would also like to thank Himani Pandey and Luciana Santos. And I would like to thank every lady who is present here, who has come over here. And I would like to thank each one of you personally for having made it to be here. And being in India, which has been transforming itself from a solid base of innovation and also into global protagonism. And India has built up its own identity and among its very, very complex social realities in order to have a vision. And we have become partners through through BRICS, which is a very which is representing a new model of cooperation in the world, and it is having a goal of having a new. Our Banco do Brasil is having leadership in our foundation, and we have a very clear proposal, a preview. Throughout our history, we have already been constructing our country, building up our country through financing and also financing industries and agriculture and so on and on. We have a huge portfolio of credit, and which is continuously increasing its size, and we also have a agro business which is being financed by us, and it is public finances that we are handling with. Our international presence has been going on for the past 1 decade, and it has a very long history, which is getting stronger. And we have a strategic our huge network is enabling us to have a presence in about 80 countries, and it is having a very robust presence all over. And we are coordinating with different governments and their people and their investors, and we are coordinating for investments from their side. And we have a history of 80 years of promoting industries in Brazil. And exactly this is our proposal for moving into India as well. We see that there is a continuous cycle of growth within India, which is making it possible for digitalizing the industries and having a financial system, which is each time more and more getting complex and which is sustainable in the long-term basis. We have many points that are uniting both our countries. We have gone through a process of liberalizing our economies over the past few decades, and we have reached a stage where our scalability will have impact on both our economies, and in order to take them to the next level, in order to increase it, the bilateral financing, our Banco do Brasil would be helping them to strengthen our relationships. Business between India and Brazil has been increasing over the past years also, and in the future we expect it to explode into newer levels, as highlighted by Mr. Jorge Viano in his speech. And we have been focusing on agribusiness in Brazil. We also see great business opportunities in critical minerals, metals, and technology and manufacturing, advanced levels, etc. Brazil Bank is having a very good relationship and experience in emerging markets in connecting the Brazilian industrial leaders with the industry leaders of India, and in order to specifically in their financing capabilities and to strengthen them on the financial side. And we also help projects for investments in infrastructure and political stages. And we already have a very good digital structure for payments and financing of huge scales. We continue to invest in modernizing the process by digitalizing the services that we have, and we are integrating them in order to facilitate our clients. And there have been many cooperation in payment systems, digital payment systems, and we have India. We're joining hands with India to face the challenges which are including the social inclusion, and financial inclusion is in the center of our initiatives. And green financing and bioeconomy. Our bank not only strengthens bilateral relationships but also position both our countries as leaders in the banking industry per se. And I would like to tell each one of you that I have been very, very happy to have been here to be able to construct this, to be able to take part in this gradual construction of businesses. And we respect our tradition, and we also adapt to the new situations, new industries, and new digital growth. And now we are not just looking for some immediate, instant relationships or results, but we are building up. We're building up a faith on both sides, and we are holding hands with the investors and the governments in order to transform the projects into concretizing movements. And Brazil and India have the responsibility to take the entire group of BRICS toward a prosperity which is shared between both our countries. And our bank is putting all of our experience in the service of all these goals that we have in front of us. And we are going to respond to each challenge which comes up on the way in reaching a future which is full of inclusivity and all. And I thank you and wish you a good day, and thank you so much.
Ma'am, and now for the closing remarks of this session, we are honored to invite our Indian host, the Director General of FICCI, Mrs. Jyoti Vij, to kindly give her remarks.
Mr. Alex Gamoli, Trade Promotion Director, Ministry of Foreign Relations of Brazil, Ms. Emani Pandey, Additional Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Mr. George Viana, President, Apex Brazil, Mr. Andre Rocha, Councillor, CNI, and President, Federation of Industries of State of Goiás, and Ms. Tassiana Medeiros, President, Banco do Brasil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here at the India-Brazil Business Forum, a platform that has brought together two vibrant economies committed to growth with dignity, innovation, and purpose, and partnerships that are built on trust. Though separated from distance, India and Brazil are united by their shared values of democracy, diversity, and development. And our partnership has evolved with a clear intent and very steady momentum. Elevated to a strategic partnership in 2006, this relationship has expanded into very broad-based cooperation areas, all mentioned by my earlier speakers, including trade, defense, digital innovation, agriculture, health, space, clean energy, critical minerals, and all of those. And both nations today stand at pivotal moments in their development journeys. India is undergoing rapid modernization powered by manufacturing-led growth, digital public infrastructure, integration into global supply chains, and the adoption of green technologies, many of which Additional Secretary did refer to in her speech. Brazil, of course, with its very vast natural resources, global leadership in businesses, in agribusiness, growing innovation ecosystem. It offers very strong complementarities between the two economies. And together, our economies are very well positioned to build a very resilient supply chain, advance the South-South cooperation like we're doing in the BRICS Forum together, and drive inclusive and sustainable growth. Our economic engagement does reflect this promise. We did hear, a very ambitious target, and I'm sure we'll be able to work towards that. I don't want to quote the current numbers because they stand far behind, I think, the potentials that's just been talked about. And the investment ties, I must say, do remain very, very strong through various forums that we engage on. Indian firms have invested over $15 billion in Brazil across a range of areas, and Brazilian companies also contribute to India through large expertise in ethanol, heavy electrical equipments, aviation, mining, IT services, etc., to name a few. The Investment Cooperation and Facilitation Treaty and the Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement, it does further reinforce the stability, predictability, and long-term confidence for businesses of both the sides. So as we gather today, I think one message that stands out very clearly is collaboration is the key to shaping the future. At FICCI, we remain committed to enabling continuous dialogue, supporting business delegations, and ensuring that the industry perspectives inform the next phase of cooperation. And I'm confident that the discussions today will strengthen these partnerships and open new avenues of collaboration going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the proceedings of this session, we present before you the brief institutional video by Apex Brazil.
This is the story of a place where everyone wants to live in. We'll let you know right away that there is room for everyone. Over 8.5 million kilometers of pure ginga. We are a country of giants, of hard-working people. And our unique way of solving problems has led us to be one of the top 5 countries for foreign investments. Yeah, this is Brazil. Make yourself at home. In our showcase, you'll find everything. But don't worry, we are here exactly to help you select the best products and services. With no hassle and full support from Apex Brazil. We use our personalized service to understand what you need. We structure business rounds in Brazil and in your country. Welcome, and count on us to introduce the best Brazilian suppliers to the whole world.
Thank you. And we also thank all our distinguished dignitaries for their valuable contributions and for setting the tone for today's discussion. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will now move ahead with our panel discussions, where business leaders from both the countries will share their insights on concrete opportunities and strategic collaborations between Brazil and India. Just give us a moment while we get the stage set for our first panel. Our first panel is on technology and innovation in strategic industries and critical minerals. And ladies and gentlemen, for the kind attention of all our distinguished guests present here today, We would once again like to inform the SI headsets for language interpretation are available outside the main door. If you need interpretation, you may kindly collect your set of headset from outside. We would also like to inform channel 1 is for English language and channel 2 is for Portuguese. We would request all our guests to kindly return the headsets after they have used them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our first panel discussion. Kindly be seated, please. We would request all the networking to be held during the breaks outside this hall so that we can have uninterrupted proceedings. We are already running behind schedule. We have a very important session, the plenary session, where President Lula and Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal will be gracing this occasion. We need to be in time, requesting everyone to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. All our distinguished guests in the front are kindly requested to move back and occupy their seats as soon as possible. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is our first panel discussion session on technology and innovation in strategic industries and critical minerals. And we are honored to invite on stage the business director of Apex Brazil and our distinguished moderator for this session, Ms. Ana Hepeza. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am. Inviting our eminent panelists, the president of Embraer, Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto. Inviting the president of Vale, Mr. Gustavo Pimenta. Inviting the vice president of WEG, Mr. Daniel Godino. The managing director of Fomento Resources, Mr. Anuj Timblo. The managing director of Tata Consultancy Services, Latam, Mr. Francios Dosang. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil, Ms. Luciana Santos. And ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the proceedings of the session with the official photograph with the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation of Brazil, requesting all our panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the proceedings as we are honored to have with us today the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in Brazil. We invite you, ma'am, for a brief keynote speech. Let's put our hands together once again to welcome the Honorable Minister.
Muito bom dia.
Very good morning to each one of you here. I'd like to greet especially Jorge Viana, President of Apex, and congratulate him for the beautiful initiative. And in his name, I'd like to thank all the Brazilian entrepreneurs who are here, and Indians as well, entrepreneur and businessmen, businesswomen here today. In name of the government of Governor Jerônimo of Bahia, Itaciana, our president of Brazilian Bank, I'd like to greet all the delegation of the government of Lula, President Lula, that is here today in this so strategic mission. I'd like to greet once again my colleagues and my colleagues here present, and I'd like to thank once again Apex Brazil, but also Itamaraty and all the institutions that are collaborating in this important milestone of this business forum, which is a very important milestone in the business in India-Brazil relationships. So I'm very thankful. This kind of events are very important for the South-South integration, because they recognize the business area as key player in the bilateral relations to create a future more prosperous for both our economies. In Brazil, you live right now the take of industrial policies to make a more dynamic economy. We have 6 missions representing the action of state that support the renovation in their companies. We are having options, choices through these missions. To contribute to the succession of the NIB, our ministry has launched the biggest program of innovation in history. It's called Mais Inovação. It has around 51 billion reais in investimentos between 2023 and 2026. This was possible because of the political decision of President Lula to recompose the National Fund for Science and Technology, that is the principal instrument for the technology, for Brazilian technology. Our government also has established the interest tax, a reduced tax of interest for the industrial renovation. So with that, we have competitive rates for our industry, and because of this policy, we have seen an increase of the demand. This proves how much the cheap credit foments the investment in different sectors of economy. We have strengthened very well successful investment in research and development. We have different laws, a program to support of development of semiconductors. These multinational companies that are Brazilian, they are present here today. They are symbols of our economic strength and our innovation capacity. Together, they have big projects supported by the public policies of development, and they can attest how the instruments have been used for incentivate how they can change all in the sector. This is the proof that big results arrive when you join the Brazilian intelligence with public investment. These big multinationals like Embraer are symbols of the economy of Brazil. At the beginning of this month, we started a big round to support innovative projects developed by companies in partnership with scientific and technology companies. you made an investment of 3.3 billions of reais that's going to be used for strategic development in health, sustainability, semiconductors, circular economy, agrobusiness, and mineral transformation. You are investing heavily in the aerospatial sector and in the defense because you believe that the capacity to protect our national sovereignty through the technology autonomy is the basis for the project of the country, of the project of the nation, led by our dear President Lula.
setting the tone of the discussions for this session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the proceedings of the session to our distinguished moderator of the session, Ms. Anna Hepeza, to kindly moderate and carry forward the discussions. I would request all our eminent speakers to kindly adhere to the time limit allotted to them. For your convenience, we have the timer in the front on the screen for you. Over to you, ma'am.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia a todos. Obrigada, ministra Luciana, pela excelente.
And thanks to each one of you for having brought your experience to share with each one of us. Thank you so much. And our panel is going to talk about the challenges that is being faced by the industry of minerals, and also for producing minerals in a strategic manner. And our minister has already spoken about the amount of money which has been allocated for this research and for modernizing our industry and our mineral sector in order to increase our value. And in the same way, India also has started its project of Make in India, which is going to be made in India, and this is obviously going to seen as a manner to cooperate with each other countries, not as a challenge to each other. And this will help us to cooperate better among our countries. And India already has a strategy for critical minerals, and we are talking about 30 critical minerals which are going to be used for the industry for transitioning into green energy. And Brazil is already supplying 9 critical minerals. In these minerals, we already have a huge reserves in our country. Like lithium, manganese, cobalt, vanadium, and many other minerals which are very, very critical, and it is essential for the Indian industry to be using them and to move into clean energy. In this manner, we are going to systematically cooperate with each other, and we are going to move into the next level of cooperation. And here we have the representatives of the best industrial side representing both the countries of India and Brazil. And our President Lula and our Prime Minister Modi had been trying to forge strategic cooperation between both the countries. And therefore, we are going to try within our time, which is allocated. And I would like to call Anuj also to present his. And this company is also working in the sustainability. It's also working very strongly in that field. He brings along a very strong experience in exploring the minerals, and also for the logistical chain of supply chain movements within Brazil. I would like to ask Anuj this field, which is one of the most important ones. How do you see this cooperation between India and Brazil in terms of the critical minerals which are being going and logistic?
Thank you for the question, Apollo. When I think about our investment in the last 13 years in Brazil, I think of 2 aspects that may be used as a guide to the investors in the future. For us, it was fundamental to build institutional confidence. From the beginning, our team there, who is 100% local, has spent a lot of time communicating to the organs our intentions, our strategies, and our activities regularly. The regulatory process are established by the delegation, but this process needs to have an understanding from the company, and this understanding is based on the trust that was developed through time. We started with a project when it was still in the phase of greenfield. We were training local people to do the training development. This gave us a differential. We were able to convince the organizations that wanted to be there for a long time, to aggregate value, not only regarding the product, but also for the community. All the stakeholders always need to believe that their interests are being met in a transparent way. This doesn't happen from one day to another. You need to stay in a place for a long time. In our case, it has been more than a decade. And related to the second part of your question, how this has been contributed to grow the cooperation in Brazil in logistics, I think about two things mainly. First, the product that the project is going to produce is of high value. About 67% of iron mineral. The efficiency increases a lot. This efficiency is not only economically favorable, but it also reduces favorably the emissions of carbon in the oven. So in some countries like Canada, the iron mineral is already in the list of critical minerals. So our project is gonna produce this mineral, and India will have a growth appetite for this product. With Brazil and India, they can contribute together in this sense. Secondly, when people talk about the growing demand of critical minerals and how to feed this energetic transition, they need to open more unities is there, but the logistics chain is also important. The pressure to find actions that can increase the capacity of the ports will be even more. So to find logistic solutions outside of the traditional scope. For example, you have floating cranes that work very well in the west littoral of India, west coast of India, which increase the capacity of export and import. So this expertise can also be used in Brazil and can be an important highlight in relation to the relation of Brazil and India. So I'd like to conclude by saying that what do I think what's happening now, that all our learnings of the Indian and Brazilian companies that have been working together for a long time in these countries, they should create, along with the government, a task force for critical minerals that touch economic, technical, regulatory topics. I hope I can contribute to this task force. Thank you.
Yes, we will take note of this proposal. I would now like to pass the word to Francisco, the CEO of Embraer. Embraer is possibly the company that is our greatest symbol of innovation and technology. It's a great national pride, and we know that for a few years there's a very important cooperation between Embraer and India. Considering this experience of the Brazilian reality, the regional aviation, you also work in the defense segment. What do you report from this cooperation between Brazil and India in the aerospace segment, and what are the next steps for the deepening of this cooperation? Very good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Anna, for the invitation and Apex to be able to be a part of this selective group of, and also congratulating the mission of Brazil, of the government, Brazilian government, and we have been constant participant of these missions. And has been mentioned here by the minister, and bringing it today, we see the sector, the aerospace and defense, as one of the most important pillars of this bilateral agenda between both governments. It will allow generation of high qualification employment in the countries and also benefit millions of people. In Embraer, we have about 50 aircraft in operation here in India, 10 different types of aircraft, executive, military, and also commercial airplanes. And we are working in two fronts, very concrete ones. In one, in the defense area, through a program of the Indian Air Force offering our 300 C390 in partnership with Mahindra. This is an aircraft of high technology, and the plan is to set up this aircraft here in India utilizing pieces done by the Indian industry. We have been doing the procurement for about a year and a half. Centers of training and maintenance for these aircraft to operate in the Indian Air Force, and also future opportunity, and also have a base here to be able to attend the neighboring markets with these aircrafts. And the other front that we have been working is the civil aviation. We have a program called UDAN that aims to improve the connectivity between smaller cities here in the country. And Embraer is a specialist in regional aviation. In the US, we have about 1,000 aircrafts doing this work, regional aircraft connecting different cities, airports such as LaGuardia in New York and Ronald Ring in Washington. 1/3 of the flights are done by Embraer aircrafts. And in Brazil also, we have various aircrafts flying and doing this role of connecting the cities, the smaller cities. And here in India is a great opportunity that we have been working also with Indian partnership, Adami, and we are working to build an ecosystem that includes also a assembly of the aircrafts and training centers, service centers, to allow the successful use of these aircrafts. And we're working with the government and also with other potential Indian companies. And another product that can be also is the eVTOL, is vehicle of vertical. It will transform the urban traffic, and we can alleviate the traffic, and we can count with us. And I know that we have here in our hands two great opportunities of partnerships, and we are working to make this happen and bring India closer to Brazil and get to the $100 billion that Jorge Viana mentioned in his opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Francisco, muito obrigado. Vou passar agora para o Gustavo.
Thank you very much. Going now talk to Gustavo from Vale. Gustavo, everybody already know the strategic role Brazil has been giving to the technology industry, and Vale obviously is an important player, being our Brazilian company, our biggest Brazilian company in mining. It's a pride, especially for me, who is from Minas Gerais. I always like to say that we have to value our things, our local things, and India has this challenge of India knows what are the critical minerals that they need here for the industrial transformation of India. India also has inside its strategy also very clear that part of these minerals must be acquired in external markets, in partner countries, in friendly countries. So how do you see the Vale role in this context that you have of Brazil as a big player and India searching there for an ally in the supplyment of these minerals? First of all, good morning. Thank you, Anna. Namaste. Thank you, Apex, for the opportunity here. It's always very important to have this open space for dialogue. I have been saying around that Brazil is very blessed in terms of critical minerals because it became a very relevant topic for various regions. We have the whole periodic table in our territory. We have all minerals in abundance, and we have a very important role in the energetic transition today, because if you are here today, it's because something was mining that allowed us to be here today talking. And when you look at the future, the mining question is the most important question. Is looking at everything that is available around, that we need to increase the offer of these minerals from 5 to 6 times of what we have today of installed capacity. So it's a big challenge to the companies to work in the offer of these minerals. Brazil needs to work with partners that will need these products, of course. We have been growing, we have been increasing our participation in India for the past 3-4 years. 3-4 years ago, we used to sell very little. Last year, we sent 10 million tons of mining materials, and the expectation is accelerated growth. Today, India produces 150 million tons of iron, with the expectation of reaching 200 million. So the volume is very high to support all the development of infrastructure, manufacturing that we spoke about, all the real estate part that it's also important. So the market is very big. You can see similarities, very big similarities from what we observed at the beginning of the 2000s in China. People from old times who visited China around the 2000s, we saw a lot of potential there, and you see a similar potential here, different from what you saw in Japan. Vale has a big benefit of observing the development of countries. You saw the Japanese development and the Chinese development, but different from these two markets. In China, there's a lot of iron mining. So they have a lot of mining of iron and the opportunity to grow. But where is the opportunity of job? We offer mining iron ore. So the opportunity you see here is to give our products to create a better solution to our partners, our Indian partners. And this is what Jordan has said earlier as one of the memorandum of understanding that you are going to sign today. So we can develop a center of mixing similar to what we have done in Malaysia and China, so we can bring the product from Brazil, which is very favorable and benefits a lot of the siderurgic, and we can mix our product with the Indian product to offer a better solution. We are looking for a solution for the East Coast, but also studying a solution for the West Coast. So there is a big opportunity for our business here. I'm able to see our participation in the Indian market to grow a lot in the next few years in the main markets. As you know, Vale also has a very important role in critical minerals. We have a very relevant role. We are the biggest producers of Western nickel. If you don't know, we have 60% of the nickel that used in U.S. market. We are a very important operator in copper. We have an expectation to double the capacity of copper in Brazil. We've been working also strongly to grow our offer of copper, to be able to offer as well the critical minerals for artificial intelligence, that will be necessary for the next decades, which we have seen in our dialogues with Indian clients. So I personally see a lot of potential. We have invested, we have dedicated time, we have learned a lot about Indian market and working with local partners. Vale has this capacity to always enter the market looking for partnership, partners, local investors, so together we can develop something where they can grow. I think the opportunity here is huge, and we can count on Vale for in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Going back to the India market, now I ask Francois, that is our representative of Tata Consulting Services here. And now we leave out of the industry and pure mineration and put into services applied to these segments. TCS has a history, a background of working with digitalization, artificial intelligence, traceability, digital traceability to the industry and mineration and mining. Between the opportunities between Brazil and India, how TCS can contribute to what you have been doing in terms of optimize the role of the industry through the use of artificial intelligence and applied services. Thank you, Ana. Thank you for inviting me, Apex President Jorge, Ana, the whole team of Apex Brazil. And I see many countries, they're so dynamic. And it's also a great pleasure to be here with you. I feel like an alien in this table because I'm Francois, I am French, a naturalized Brazilian, and my name, Dosama Abidjano, my father is Indian. So it's a great mixture. And today I represent an Indian company in Brazil being French. So it's a little bit confusing. But I am extremely happy to be here, and I would like to, Ana, to answer your question, but before to say to the Indian business people here, because TCS here has been 23 years in Brazil, so we have an experience, a very good experience, very positive, that I would like to share with all of you, the ones that do not know Brazil yet. Brazil is an extraordinary country, and that welcomes extremely well the companies from other origins. And today I can say that being an Indian company in Brazil, it's very cool, it's very trendy, it's very good. So the geopolitics is helping with that a lot. So it's a very timing. So for those of you who don't know the market, we have been 23 years. Our work is of digitalization of the companies. We work with great Brazilian companies, some that are here in this table, and it's a great honor and a pleasure. Digitalization and innovation and AI and the way that things are evolving, Ana, is the companies. If I get a company, the mining company, for instance, we started working by stages with artificial intelligence and extraction, and then in the industrial part and the logistics part of things. And today what we can see, the change of AI is to work from end to end, the full process, where artificial intelligence will understand the full process and also the exploitation of the iron ore. So we have a lot of gain of efficiency and financial gains that will take place. So it's truly a transitional period for this AI that is taking routes that it didn't have before. And for the companies, it's a way to be more competitive, to reduce costs in a very interesting way in this world competition that we are living through. And another thing that I would like to mention, and that it's very important between the relationships in Brazil and India. This afternoon, we're going to sign with Vale an MOU in the social area. So social area is combating poverty. These are areas that Brazil and India know truly well, and they are working together to help and create a society that is better. And we talked about diversity and we talked about inclusion, and this is what it's all about. And we have the honor to have Gustavo Grazi as partners in this fight against hunger and poverty in both countries. And also Gustavo, that incentivizes other companies to support us to work in this initiative of fighting against poverty. So, Anna, I believe this is what I had to say. Thank you once again.
Excelente.
Great, thank you, Francois. I would like to finalize with the question to our dear Daniel Godinho, which represents a company that's also a global reference, including with Indian operations. AVEG, it's a global reference in technology of electrification, energetic transition and renewable energies. So this is highly connected to this agenda of critical minerals. How is this equation? The main business of AVEG is mining energy, renewable energy. The whole world is talking about critical minerals. Brazil and India are getting close to this agenda. How AVEG see itself in this scenario? What's your perspective? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Anna, thank you very much. President George, thank you for the opportunity, and congratulations for the beautiful organization once again. I'm very happy and proud to be here to share this panel with such important companies, Indian and Brazilian. AVEG is a Brazilian global company that plays a role in all this cycle of energy, made the beginning of the energy, all its sources, oil, solar, hydroelectric, and also the transmission and distribution to the final user in the industries, in the infrastructure, or in the people's home. This is our business. And I'm very proud to share with you that WEG has completed this year 25 years of actuation in India, and our first plant in India has completed 15 years 2 days ago. Today we have 5 factories in India. We have more than 2,000 collaborators, and in India you manufacture projects for energy, for the sector of irrigation. We also manufacture electrical motors of low tension. We are the biggest manufacturers of industrial motors in the world, and AVEG also produces in India aeolic turbines. How all this connects with what we're discussing about critical minerals, and what's the opportunity that Vega sees for both our countries. You are acting at the tip of this chain, with different versions of business that can bring all this chain together. I've give you some examples. I spoke about the aerogenerators. I spoke about the logic mechanism built in India and in Brazil. And they have in their base critical minerals. The electric motors of high efficiency, high energy efficiency, big performance, high performance. They also have in their base critical minerals. So our role is there at the beginning, bringing this chain to bring opportunities to develop this chain. Another path for the business that AVEG has entered in the last few years is the electrification of transport. You manufacture batteries for electrical buses. You see this in Brazil, that all these should walk hand in hand with like our colleague has spoke about the positions. AVEG has posed itself that you all know that in the base of the batteries you have the critical minerals as base of everything. And finally, we also put ourselves in systems of storage of energy in batteries. It's called BESS. With the growth each time bigger of the energy, and solar and eolic energy being brought up by India, and it's very used in Brazil as well. We are going to use batteries of storage. And Vega also just announced a big investment in Brazil. You have a factory with the capacity of 2 gigabytes of BESS, and we are contributing directly in the beginning of the chain in all this business. So, and if you look at Brazil and India, we see very similar situations. We have the critical minerals, and you act in both countries at the tip of the chain. So we have a gap that together in partnerships, in technological partnerships, and we can straighten them to have more resilience, more strategic projects for both the countries and opportunities for the companies here represented in this vision. I would like to share with you all.
Excellent, Gojin. With this, then we finalize our panel. I thank you for all your participation and generosity to share the informations, and we will continue with our program with the following panel. Thank you very much.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all our eminent speakers for their very rich and forward-looking conversation. Their perspectives have been extremely valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone else to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving into the proceedings of the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We are straight away moving into the second panel, which is on accelerating collaboration on biofuels and energy transition pathways. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome on stage the chairperson of the National Forum of Women Entrepreneurs of the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, and also our distinguished moderator for this session, Miss Monica Montero. Let's put our hands together to welcome her. Also inviting our eminent panelists, the global head of refining at Petrobras, Mr. Rodrigo Abramov. Warm welcome to you, sir. The CEO of Brazilian Sugarcane Industry and Bioenergy Association, UNICA, Mr. Evandro Gussi. The chairman of the CVC Biorefineries, Mr. Christian Koloru. The executive director of Renuka Sugars, Mr. Ravi Gupta. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our keynote speaker, the Vice Minister of Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services of Brazil, Mr. Marcio Elias Rosa. I would request our panelists to join the Honorable Minister for a group photograph. We request for official photograph first. Honorable Minister, sir, a photograph first, please. And we are now honored to invite Honorable Vice Minister, Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services of Brazil, Mr. Marcio Elias Rosa, for a brief keynote speech. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister, sir.
Muito bom dia. Namastê.
Good morning to all of you. Namaste. Good morning to all of you delegates. And I bring greetings from our country. I am the Vice Minister and the Industries, Movements and Business. And I'm also working as a Vice President title. And I came in the month of October to this country in order to lead a business delegation down here, and I am always thankful to all the invitation that he gave to me and the reception that he gave to me. And we have been working under the direction and the coordination of our Honorable President Lula in order to improve the business atmosphere which is existing between both the countries. And we are proceeding toward the multilateralism, taking into consideration the partnership democratic partnership that we have with India. And on behalf of our Honorable President and but to the business groups in India, and we already have a very good justice and political stability, which has been achieved by our Honorable President. And we also have a pre-visibility of the economic process, and we have very good indicators of business, and we have a very good sustainable political economy, and our government is very capable of ensuring very good investment and protecting the investments which are being done in our country. This requires a very good policies which are being developed by a country so that industries which are investing in Brazil can be assured of their investments being guarded. And also we need to look at the way of changing over into green energy and industries of decarbonizing and the social impact which are happening. They need policies which are going to take them toward benefiting the people of the country. And Brazil has been coordinating very strongly with India in order to produce 14 sectors in strategic sectors with India. And the main one of them is moving into or transitioning into green energy in all these areas. And in India also there is a valuation which is being given to the supply chain management and also the infra, which is not only physical infrastructure but also the digital infrastructure which has been developed by both the countries together. And India almost is providing 40% of the services in terms of digital services which are being provided. And also for the regional equilibrium, and operations that are being connecting the metro cities along with industrial zones, and for transportation of the products, and also for the connecting people to the industries. And this connecting is should be working toward decarbonizing the fuel which is being used. Therefore, we are marching in that direction. And therefore, we are talking about biogas and land, air, and the ocean. We need to take care of those resources, because those resources will not keep coming in. They are once and forever, they are there. I believe that every operation that we are doing should be focused on decarbonizing each industry, so that we do not spoil the climate, but we take care of the climatic changes which are happening. And this requires us to develop a number of biofuels and biomass and so on. And we are talking about new Brazilian industry as leadered by our honorable president. That industry is working toward ecological balance maintained, and also for decarbonizing and producing more and more while emitting less and less gases. This not only the company called as Valley, but also many other companies can be shown as examples that are working toward reducing the gas emissions, or any emission which is being sent into the atmosphere, so that the climatic change is being taken care of. And in the process, we are also achieving more efficiency in order to produce goods at prices which are lower. And this is going to be sustainable for a longer term. And this sustainability can be attributed to the Brazilian industry, which is going to give it to the entire globe as such. And we are moving into new technological frontiers, and also for energy generation. We just need to guarantee investments into the industries, and not only into the local industry, but also for sending it out to the external markets. And both our countries are working on this new phase. But Brazil does not exclude any of the technological routes, but we are adopting each one of them, and we are investing in future fuels like hydrogen and biofuels, and India is also stepping in that direction. And each time we are getting into richer and richer collaborations. And I would like to repeat that Brazil is offering a very good business environment which guards the investments which are being done in Brazil, and which gives a very good visibility to every industry which wants to come in there. And also it gives a very good norms and standards which are being established, so that companies can come over to invest. And this will give us the ability to establish durable partnerships. We already have 400 research projects which are going on with the country, and we are also looking at cooperation in fertilizers production, and this would help us to strengthen in terms of critical minerals from being transported from one country to the other, and to take our movement to be, we can even increase the turnover of the industries which are working in this. And each industry have this in this way we can both complement each other's relationship, and we can strengthen our relationship as the days pass by. And I also am happy that we are here today. We are not in the past, and we have digital certifications for exporting and importing and so on, and which helps us to reduce the cost in those areas. In the same lines, we already have an agreement signed between India and Mercosur, so that we could conduct our businesses at lower tariffs, at lower rates of tariffs which are being done. And this would help us to increase the consumption of products which are produced in each other's countries. And we are going to have more and more agreements that are signed between both the countries, which would be integrated into our ambit. And we would like to receive everything. And I thank you for the attention that you have already given to me so far. Thank you.
Minister, sir, for your valuable remarks and for honoring us with your august presence today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to carry forward the proceedings of the session, may I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Ms. Monica Montero, to kindly carry forward the discussions, and kindly requesting all our eminent panelists to kindly adhere to the time limits which will be displayed on the screen in front of you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Obrigada, ministro.
Thank you, Minister. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. You've been so well received here in India. It's a big surprise. Our delegation is enchanted. I'd like to greet the president of GEMS of Brazil, who is here. It's already making a lot of connections. Thank you, Carla. André, the president of the Federal Industry of the State of Goiás. I'd like to thank all the team of Apex, and also Anna, the Apex president. Is indeed, your team is unbelievable. They worked so hard to have everything here organized. You'll be together in the new Apex office. My name is Monica Montero. I'm president of Women Forum of Women and Businesswomen in Brazil, which is connected to the Confederation of National Industry. And I'm also vice president of the media. And also, I'll put all of you in the television. We have today 4 big leaders here to enrich this discussion. I start with Rodrigo Abramov. Ele é o Global Head da Petrobras. Evandro Gussi is the chairman of Unica. Christian Gokul, chairman of Biofuels, and Ravi Gupta, who is the executive director of Renuka Sugars. India and Brazil recognize biofuels as energetic pillars in your exchange, but they are in different states of maturity, technology, and in the market. Brazil has built an ethanol program which is the most successful in the world. We've proven reduction of emissions. We have here Gussi to talk about it a bit. India, by its turn, has quickly achieved its goals in ethanol, trying to follow its commitment of integration, and also trying to assure this for 1.4 billion people. In this challenge, you have a lot of opportunity as well, which is to evolve in the bilateral cooperation to strengthen the energetic security, to promote a transition just and inclusive, also for business led by women. I would like to emphasize that the CNE represents the force of the Brazilian people. It's not only an environment alliance, it's also strategic. India and Brazil are two big democracies with big industry and agriculture. They have a lot to do together. I will start here with my chairman, Christian Kuluru. We have exchanged a lot of information today. We have only 4 minutes for one answer or one question. I'm sorry. I'd like you to explain us. India is presenting itself as a big protagonist. What are the biggest Indian problems today related to the fuels, and how they can, in which way Brazil as a partner, as a strategic partner in this transformation can assist. Thank you so much, Mônica, for the invitation. É prazer estar aqui.
India Chair for Energy, Green Economy, Climate of the BRICS Business Council, and have had occasion to interact with Brazilian colleagues, including co-authoring an article with Eduardo Unica 3 years ago. So as far as your question, first, let me give a historical context. Biofuels were the energy source for illumination as well as IC engines, till fossil fuels replaced them because of higher energy density, cost, and convenience advantages. In Brazil, bioethanol E27 is adopted because of cost benefits and convenience benefits. In India, what happened is we have given an impetus to bioethanol with the perspective of supporting small farmers. So the dynamics has been driven more from supporting the farmers rather than fuel economics, which is fine, which is good. The fact that India has achieved E20 5 years ahead of schedule is creditable. But to scale it up from E20, we face headwinds. Number one, you have to start giving E20 at a lower price, like an E27 is at significantly lower price than gasoline in Brazil. If you were to do that, we would face headwinds from the farmers. The second thing is in the context of the vehicles. Now, you adopted well ahead of time. As far as we are concerned, we are seeing a transition that is taking place of the petrol IC engine being adopted for CNG vehicles, EVs. Therefore, when you ask your automobile industry to tool up for flexi fuel, the question is, how long will this last? Hence, we in India are now looking at scaling up our ethanol more towards the chemicals route. For example, replacement of ethylene. When you look at it, that's about 200 billion liters worldwide. So how can it be as a chemical feedstock? Another important application would be sustainable aviation fuels. How can we do alcohol to jet? So we're trying to look at now, see, we've already reached a stage in India of production capacity will reach 21 billion liters. With E20, we absorb about 10 to 11 billion liters. Our potable alcohol absorbs about 3.9, chemical industry another about 3.3 billion liters. We have about 3 billion liters surplus. So we'll be looking more and increasing it as feedstock for chemicals, for SAF, etc. But perhaps there could be enormous potential for collaboration in cross-border investments. Another important thing in India we do is we try to optimize dry matter. So whether it is from corn or whether it is corn stovers, whether it is DDGS from corn-based ethanol, we try and make sure we optimize the dry matter so that we can try to reduce the cost of fuel. Another big impetus that India is giving right now is NCCUS, carbon capture, use and storage. In our recent budget, the government has announced a 5-year provision of 200 billion rupees to support CCUS. So I think this is another area where there could be collaboration, because again, when we talk of ethanol, we're releasing a lot of CO2. with every kiloliter of ethanol that we're producing. So can we do CCUS? But I'm not talking of geological storage, but engineered mineralization of CO2. So you take the flue gases directly into the CCUS system, mineralize it, and the permanent storage is in useful chemicals such as calcium carbonate and sulfuric acid. To do this process, one would either need phosphogypsum. Your minister said that we are thinking of cooperation. India imports a lot of phosphoric acid, so there's possibility to do phosphoric acid plants in Brazil, for instance, and you have phosphogypsum. But apart from that, Brazil has the second largest resource of gypsum. So we could use gypsum or phosphogypsum, do individualized mineralization of CO2. So that is another area where we think we could collaborate. As far as the second generation ethanol is concerned, India started more or less almost same time as your Grand Bio, etc. We invested. Matter of fact, I tried to bring in Beta Renewables into India. I made a joint venture with Beta Renewables. But be that as may be, we have our oil marketing companies have invested on fairly significant amounts on R&D as well as commercial scale plants. However, the feedstock cost being what it is from agricultural residues, it probably is only fit for chemicals or SAF. It will not, fit into blending. The other problem is that the same feedstock can go into anaerobic digestion for bio-CNG. India has a very ambitious program of 15 million tons bio-CNG. And the capex of a bio-CNG plant is lower than that for a cellulose ethanol plant. Then there's another area, pyrolysis. The same feedstock can go to make biochar and bio-oil. Now, as you know, as data centers are growing up, biochar sequestration is being adopted in a big way. Microsoft itself is contracting 1 million tons of biochar sequestration a year. So India is aiming to be big in biochar, and biochar can also go into, steel manufacturing, replacement of metallurgical coke. So we personally feel that we may not push up that much in the second generation bioethanol. We will probably use our agricultural residues for bio-CNG or pyrolysis, biochar, bio-oil. The other thing is that when you talk of phasing down of fossil fuels, I'm not saying phasing out. I don't think biofuels itself can meet it because we do have the food versus fuel, problem. And India has a much larger population and, smaller land area than Brazil. So e-fuels is being given importance. Among e-fuels is, of course, green hydrogen and its derivatives. India has achieved fairly aggressive pricing for firm, dispatchable, renewable energy power. We call that with 80% CUF in a year and 80% demand fulfillment ratio. And we're able to achieve this with less than 6 US cents. So we believe that we are in a position to produce green hydrogen and from green hydrogen, green ammonia in a competitive fashion. Now, when you got green hydrogen, we can do hydrogenation of CO2 from various sources. So now we're getting green methanol. So the other important thing of India, which is a commonality between Brazil, because you're so big in iron ore, India is, of course, the fourth largest, is green steel. India is the only nation to have a green steel tax economy. We have a green steel mission. So we could use, again, green hydrogen to make green steel. So we look at producing these e-fuels and biofuels, not just for mobility, but for decarbonization of a wide range of industry. Now, coming to the last part of India-Brazil thing, I believe that both nations have a fairly good level of domain competences. Now, if we synergize these domain competences, we could probably scale up in both e-fuels, biofuels, and renewable energy, BSS, CCUS, in a much bigger fashion. We could combine our strengths in R&D. We could combine our strengths in project management. And from India's side, I'd like to propose that we could bring in great value in carbon cycle management and in human capital creation. Because I happen to have also been the founder chairman of the Green Skills, Green Jobs of India. And I've also been the chair of the Climate Change Committee for 8 years.
Eu fico bem feliz. Vamos.
I'm very happy. I'm happy to see that Brazil has a lot to learn from India, and India has a lot to learn from Brazil. I think that we have a combination, a big combination that you already mentioned me before. And I believe that biofuels, I'm gonna talk to Gusi now that might talk about ethanol. Gusi, Brazil is the leader, but we also have a lot to learn about India, and India has a lot to learn from Brazil. I believe that this combination, that ethanol is going to grow a lot, Brazil being the leader in ethanol, to make this integration of ethanol in the global careers. How this energetical transition that was just mentioned by our colleague.
Aqui sob a
Monica, it's such a pleasure to be here under your leadership, and also to the leadership of Jorge, Anna, and all this incredible team of Apex, and our Itamaraty of all the government from Brazil. First of all, an important point is what they have, what Gustavo from Vale, Francisco Vibrae, Daniel, Vegs have mentioned here, the power of partnership, how much the partnership works. It's a clear example here in India. Less than 10 years ago, practically there was no mixture of ethanol here. And we started the partnership showing that there was a future that is going to be eclectic. It means we're going to need all the source of energy available in the world. Today, India already mixes around 20% of ethanol in its gasoline. In last year, we participated in meetings with government. Today, India has done in 10 years what Brazil took 40 years for Brazil to do. And this is very important, because we have an opportunity not to teach you anything, not to teach anything to the Indians, because they have an impressive capacity of knowledge and technology, but we can share our experience. So we allow them to make new mistakes, not the ones that we have already done before. And this history is being consolidated here was consolidated in 2023 here when President Lula has come for the G20. And they created the Alliance for Biofuels. And then on G20 in Brazil, there's a paper saying that the national national enterprise of energy needed to do an study. And now, last year, we have the COP30 in Belém. Brazil has gave the pledge of Belém that you said in 10 years up to 2035, all the sustainable combustible since ethanol to green combustible. What does it mean? We have in ethanol the fastest way, easiest, cheapest, and most efficient to decarbonize the terrestrial, maritime, and air way. What I call this spool solution. You put ethanol in gasoline, you mix it, and then you have decarbonization immediately. The motors, the maritime motors are already have a very advanced stage of research and development. So to have 3 flex motors, which means they can use methanol, ethanol, or methanol. It means another solution being developed in a very short time for the maritime. And the alcohol route for the aviation is also going on. It's also very advanced. This was born through a partnership, because when India started to believe in ethanol, the country of 1 billion people, the biggest democracy in the world, was without a doubt the main showroom for the that the ethanol route could have been shown. What is it generated? There are many examples, and I can talk about Japan that they already decided they're gonna mix 10% of ethanol in the gasoline and 20% till 2040. And here you have a huge opportunity. The forecast of the National Energy Agency of Energy, they show that up to 2035, to reach the goals of decarbonization, you need to have between 2.5 to 3 times the volume of ethanol you have today. Today, the world produces 100 billion liters of ethanol today. We're going to have 200, we need 250 million to 300 million. India is also a relevant player for that. They have a singular position to offer success to other geographies in the world. This is the power of the partnership that we are ready to go hard with. Thank you. It's a great challenge in cooperation, but as you said, cooperation with one another. And you have the Petrobras company. I'd like to invite Rodrigo Abramov to talk to us. Historically, they have a very strong presence, but how they're going to position themselves in this energetic transition.
Good afternoon to all of you, and it was very good for me to be here because our company, which is Petrobras, is very already well known for the fuels which are being produced, and Petrobras is repositioning itself into a leader. And we have already spoken about many innovations which has been carried out in Brazil, and our Petrobras company is representing 31% of the fuels which are being used in Brazil are coming out from Petrobras itself. And we are also working in the field of wind energy and solar energy in order to transition into green energy as such. And I would like to increase this Petrobras contribution from 31% to a little higher than this. And we are talking about 15 billion of trade which is happening between India and Brazil can be taken up much higher than this. And we are also talking about petrol and their derivatives which are being bought by India from Brazil. And I think Petrobras has been continuing along with this, and this is our goal. And in this matrix, we are working on the field of biofuels also, with the vision to make every product which is available over here, to take it over to the market. And it also includes biodiesel apart from the biofuel. And in the case of Singapore, they have already reduced 20% of the emissions which are being given out by the maritime transportation. And we also have a diesel which is very clean, and it has a lower content, and therefore it is renewable. It can be considered as renewable energy. And we are also we are having a vision to how we are going to work in the next 5 years. And 12% of the investments which are going to be done in the next 5 years is going to be coming in from green energy alone. And these $13 billion which are going to come in is going to come in from biofuels alone. And by the year 2030, we are going to have a factory which is going to produce only we are investing very effectively in not only within the country, even outside the country as well, in order to make the biodiesel available, and also to make sure that this process is being very, very sustainable. Therefore, India is also producing ethanol, and our Petrobras is studying the processes which are being happening here, and we have small plants which are producing biofuels, but we are going to construct the biggest plant which manufactures biofuel in the world, and therefore by the year 2031 we are going to have a very effective plant which is going to have very good output, and which will also contribute to the aviation industry and for the other industries which are being bought by many other industries, and this would help us go on to supply the needs which are of both the countries, and this would help us develop our technology from one helping one from others. This was a very good point coming in from Petrobras, and but thanks a lot, Rodrigo. Let's proceed to the next level. And right now we have Mr. Ravi Gupta, who's a leader from Renuka Sugars. I have how the volume that you have can be contributed for reducing the carbon. Is it the sugarcane bagasse, and how can it be increased?
Thank you, Monica. And in fact, the speeches from all the panelists was so involving and so true that I second most of it. I will only say, the Indian journey of ethanol started in 2003 when Indian Petroleum Minister went to Brazil, and he learned that the Brazil is mixing ethanol into gasoline, and that is the way we should do it. And incidentally, that minister was from the same government which is today. And incidentally, Mr. Lula was the president then, and he's back here. So that's the kind of association which we have. And I must tell you, India has the fastest growing ethanol program. In 2016, we had none, and today we have achieved 20% blending merely in 10 years. Now, incidentally, what a point which I wanted to bring out here was that today, India and Brazil, as far as sugarcane is concerned, is 50% of the global production and 60% of the total cane crushed across globe. So we two countries have a lot of common interest as far as sugarcane and sugarcane ethanol is concerned. And there is lot to do, lot to do. And one thing which I was speaking to my friend Gosi also, that we should not only look at India and Brazil for the ethanol consumption. Global South is going to be the largest energy consumer. We should think beyond our geography to get into those places for popularizing ethanol. And there is a lot of information lack which I see in ethanol, which both the countries together through the global biofuel summit, biofuel association, we can do that. For example, people see ethanol as it is just 30% lower in calorific value, so the cost should be less than 30%. But technology has gone much beyond that. You have to see the mileage reduction. Mileage reduction is not 30%. So when a consumer is consuming ethanol, it doesn't matter if mileage reduces by 30%. And now in the new technology, which is SHEV and PHEV, which is very well done in Brazil, the efficiency is close to 40%. So, and also relating to that in ethanol, people think that ethanol is a food versus fuel issue. No. Ethanol in India is made from the surplus. We are producing today 11 billion liters of ethanol and still exporting sugar to the world market. We are producing 11 billion liters of petrol and still exporting at least 20 million ton grain to the world market. So it's not a question of food and fuel. So these kind of awareness which is required, where India and Brazil can associate with each other, which is very, very key. I must say that Brazil is much advanced than India in terms of implementation of ethanol program. For example, Renova Bio, which Brazil today have, which compensate the for the carbon credit which ethanol producer get, we can take the Brazilian knowledge to India to start something like Bio Bharat, where the carbon footprints, the carbon sale can reduce our cost of ethanol, which is required to be reduced if we have to done large scale. So that is one thing which India can do very, very well. Second is India is also working in advanced stage in mixing ethanol into diesel. So those technology can come into India so that because diesel is more consumed in India as compared to petrol. And third is definitely the information exchange in terms of popularizing ethanol in the world market as a substitute for carbon. And of course, then there is another technology transfer which is very important is on the SAF, because SAF is going to be the next big thing. And my friend Gusi was telling me about the marine fuel. Of course, marine fuel is a low-hanging opportunity because in India, at least 2 million tons of bunker is used for ships which are across India only, which is in the coastal shipping. So that is where we can dump. So as a responsible producer of 60% of sugarcane in the world, we should get together to find every opportunity to popularize ethanol and to educate people on the decarbonization which can happen from ethanol. And India will be more than welcome to participate in all these efforts. And I'm very, very sure with India and Unica together, we will be able to achieve it. And I thank and I welcome all of you from Brazil to come here. It is very, very encouraging. And I was listening to the speeches of most of the ministers, 3 ministers who spoke. They, 2 of them talked about ethanol and all 3 of them together talk about decarbonation. And that is what we like to achieve together with India and Brazil. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, Ravi. Eu queria concluir, eu estou com time out aqui.
Thanks a lot for each one of the each one of the speeches which has been given, and we are here as panelists, and we would like to thank each one of the panelists which has been here, so that they could contribute from their experiences and they could share all of their experiences that they had so far, and this would help us about reducing the climatic change impact, and also to help the ladies businessmen, business ladies, so that they could increase their contribution to the industry of moving in. And I would like to thank each one of you for contributing with your speeches.
For your moderation, and thank you to all our eminent panelists for their insightful discussions and remarks that they presented in this session. We would now request for the proceedings of the next session, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the proceedings of the next session, we know we are really delayed as far as the timing is concerned, but we will have the lunch, which I was informed. May I request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the front? No. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the lunch post this session. May I request everyone to kindly remain seated as we move towards the proceedings of panel 3, which is deepening partnerships across the pharmaceutical and healthcare value chain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the panel 3, deepening partnerships across the pharmaceutical and healthcare value chain. And to contribute to this panel, we are honored to invite on stage our distinguished moderator, the Executive Director of Shri Shri Tattva, Mr. Arvind Vaschavi. Let's put our hands together to welcome, sir. Inviting on the stage the chairman of the AMIL Group, Mr. Jose Seripiari Filho. Inviting the Vice President of Production and Innovation of Fiocruz, Ms. Priscilla Ferraz. Inviting the CMO at FENIM, Mr. Roberto Smith. Inviting the Chief Commercial Officer of Biocon, Mr. Sushil Umesh. Inviting the Managing Director of Wokhard Limited, Ms. Dr. Murtaza Khorakiwala. Inviting the Chief Executive Officer of Carpal.ai, Dr. Vidur Mahajan. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our honorable keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Health of Brazil, Mr. Alexandra Padilha. I invite for the official photograph first with all our panelists. Can we have the official photograph first? Requesting everyone to kindly move ahead for the official photograph of this session. Thank you very much indeed. I would now request the Honorable Minister of Health of Brazil, Mr. Alexandre Padilha, to kindly give us his remarks with the keynote address. And let's once again put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister.
Good morning to all our delegates. And I would like to give a good morning to all of you ministers and our colleagues from India and Brazil, and the governor from the state of Bahia who has come over here, and all the business people who are coming here, and the entrepreneurs coming here. And we are very, very thankful to the government of India and to the Indian business persons for having extended our hospitality to all of us. And this is a very, very positive situation in the case of our bilateral relationship between Brazil and India. And this is turning out into a very good investment and partnership cooperation which is existing between both the countries. In the case of healthcare, it's a little different, and we are two great democracies. We are two huge democracies with a lot of population, and also we have a huge forest field, and we are also talking about aging population. Also, we are also talking about climatic changes, which is also happening. And therefore, it becomes essential for us to talk about the healthcare system, which is also making very, very important part in our cooperation between both the countries, because healthcare also plays a very vital role in the increase of the economic situation of each country. And we have about apart from this, we have 60 million Brazilians are also part of the healthcare business, and our healthcare system is not just public alone, and it is also one of the greatest or biggest sources of public healthcare system that we have in Brazil. And we have been working toward increasing the cooperation with India, and we are talking about exports toward India, and we are talking about $13 million of healthcare products that have come in, and this had increased 49% over the past year, and India has been offering more products, and which has been sending more and more bioproducts and medical products to India. And we have very good policies governing investments in the field of medical healthcare, and we would like to have more and more hospitals which are speeded up by AI, and our president, under the leadership of our president, we are moving into a new mark of moving into the next level of our healthcare systems. And we have many centers of healthcare to take care of innovative systems and innovative healthcare systems. This healthcare systems are also moving into providing medical help to every person who comes in over there. And our target is to buy $2 billion of worth of medical equipments, so that we can take care of the people who come over for treatments. And we are cooperating with many other companies which are of India, and we provide those medical systems and services to our population. And this is leading into $12 billion of business which is being carried out currently. This productions and also research and development which has been happening is happening in Brazil, and this is very high tech developments which have been taking place. And I am also presenting the pre-visibility, which is which is in our sector, and we are talking about public-private partnerships in the field of medical field, and also in the oncological field, the cancer research, for taking it to the next level. And in terms of market penetration, we are not just talking about market opening up for imports, but also we are talking about cooperation, which is going to have a lot of great one. And we are also moving into a technological collaboration with Biocon, and also with the other hospitals and ready, and so on and done. So this signifies that we are talking about $12 billion of investment in the next 10 years. And these are going to be carried out. We are going to have more and more Indian companies which are going to invest in Brazil, and those investments are going to work for saving the lives of more and more Brazilians who may fall sick in the near future. And on the behalf of Anvisa and Central Drug Control Organization of India, and this is becoming a decisive step for moving into the next level. And we also would like to focus on self-reliance in this field of healthcare. And as part of the FTA, we are going to sign it up in the next year. We have already approved 6 Indian plants for producing medicines and for sending them over to Brazil, and also for setting up their centers in Brazil for production. And these will facilitate access to medical by more and more people, and in terms of cholera and other diseases. And another antibiotic and originary. Next week, we are going to sign one more about COVID-19, which is going to carry out research on COVID-19 issues, and they are going to come. And we are also talking about the digitalization of systems in terms of healthcare systems, and we are going to establish those ones. And this would help us reduce the cost of healthcare and also increase the efficiency in terms of healthcare. And we are going to establish these digitalization processes in various health centers and to change we exchange information from one place to the other. We are talking about 140 million people. We are going to put in the user data into the digital servers, and they are going to be accessible to all the medical doctors who are going to access those data and provide personalized healthcare to those patients. And we have achieved a level of registration of 200 million people, and we are talking about more and more investment in that area as well, so that more number of people can be registered into the system of public healthcare. And we are increasing this attendance. Currently, we have 53% of the Brazilian people are having access to the medical healthcare system. Our capacity is being increased as the years pass by. And we have reduced the cancer diagnosis time limit from 6 months to just 15 days, which is a very high achievement from our side. And also monitoring of the data, and in the case of Amazon claim, we input and integrate the data which is coming in from the Amazon region and the Rio region, and put them all together so that they can be used for monitoring how many diseases which are being caused by the climatic conditions can be eliminated, if not just reduced. And we are also inputting many other checks in the digital systems, so that fraud can be reduced, and any other siphoning off of funds can be reduced as well. We are considering a network of intelligent hospitals which would take care of every data which is coming in from the clients, and guard them, safeguard them in the digital manner. And we would like to offer to our Brazilian people the best healthcare possible of the world. And we have already learned a lot when we visited hospitals like Narayana Hridayalaya in Bangalore, and also Biocon Industries in Bangalore, and we have learned a lot from their production and the healthcare. And so we would like to be strategic partners in this field of healthcare and medical systems, so that we can increase the innovation and research and development in the field of healthcare. And we would like the entrepreneurs from Brazil and from India, so that they could increase the investments on both sides. And we are also going to have another international conference in Rio de Janeiro in the coming days, and and on implementing these, they are going to be new investments, and this is going to be focused and with a target of developing resilience and for eliminating some of the diseases which are persisting today. And India has been taking great strides under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi in terms of making Ayush or Ayurvedic and homeopathic medicines reach the masses in India. Similarly, in Brazil also, we want to increase the traditional medicines are being taken over to the patients, and we are already having a very legal policies which are being led in place, and they are going to govern every step which is being taken by different companies. Brazil and India have very good conditions for leading this healthcare industry into a very good cooperation, and we would like to thank you for making it possible on behalf of President Lula. Thank you.
May I request you to kindly stay back a few more minutes for the Memorandum of Understanding. First, we have between Parmangunos, Fiocruz, and Lupin. We would like to invite on stage, we already have with us on the stage, Ms. Priscilla Ferris-Soris, the Vice President of Production and Health Innovation of Fiocruz, and we invite the Global Chief Financial Officer, Chief Information Officer, and Head of Strategic Business Unit of Lupin Limited, Mr. Ramesh Swaminathan. You may kindly proceed for the exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, this partnership is for the co-development, technology transfer, and local production of medicines intended for the treatment of neglected diseases such as tuberculosis, malaria, schistosomiasis, leprosy, Chagas disease, among others. Congratulations to both the signees. Thank you very much indeed. We will now exchange the partnerships between the Foundation for Popular Medicine, FURP, and Biocon Pharma. We invite on stage the Superintendent of Foundation for Popular Medicine, Mr. Rogerio Afonso On, and the Chief Commercial Officer of Biocon, Mr. Sushil Umesh. You may kindly proceed for the exchange and the official photo. This partnership aims at the productive development of the medicine Dasatinib, indicated for chronic myeloid leukemia and adult acute lymphoblastic leukemia, helping more than 3,800 patients. Thank you. We thank His Excellency. Thank you very much.
Sorry. No.
Her Excellency, the Governor of Bahia, Jerônimo Rodrigues, is, if you could come to the stage, we'll have Bahia Pharma's MOU to sign. They asked us for a change.
We invite the President Director of Biopharma, Ms. Giusi de Lima Javier Nunes, the Global Head of Business Development, Chief Operating Officer for Emerging Markets of Biocon Biologics Limited, Mr. Sushil Umesh, the CEO of BioNovis, Mr. Odne Finote, and His Excellency Governor of State of Bahia, Mr. Geronimo Rodrigues. We also invite the CEO of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mr. M.B. Ramanna, to please join us on the stage for the group photograph. And we also request Excellency Governor Rodrigues Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for that memorandum of understanding. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much indeed. You may kindly take your seat in the front, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, to carry forward the proceedings and to moderate the discussions further, may I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Arvind Varchasvi, to carry forward the proceedings, and once again requesting all our eminent panelists to kindly adhere to the time limits as we are already running behind schedule. For your benefit, we have timer on the screen in front of you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to invite all of you to the panel, Deepening Our Roots and Partnerships Across Pharma and Healthcare Value Chain. A very good afternoon to all my distinguished guests and also my panelists and colleagues. It is my proud privilege to welcome you to this important session on deepening partnerships across pharma and healthcare value chain at the India Business and the India-Brazil Business Forum. India and Brazil today stand at a powerful inflection point in the global healthcare system. Both nations bring complementary strengths. India with its scale, cost-efficient pharmaceutical manufacturing, growing biologics ecosystem, and the rich heritage of Ayurveda that what the Honorable Minister also recently mentioned, which is increasingly gaining global acceptance as a science of preventive and integrative medicine and healthcare. And Brazil with its strong public health institutions, medical technology, capabilities, and expanding healthcare delivery networks, we are sure that both India and Brazil would have great things to achieve in the coming years. Together, we have the opportunity not just to collaborate, but to co-create holistic, affordable, and scalable healthcare solutions for the global South and the wider world. Today's panel brings together an exceptional group of leaders who represent the full spectrum of healthcare value chain, from medical devices and public health systems to biologics, AI, diagnostics, and healthcare delivery, and of course, Ayurveda. We are privileged to be joined by Mr. Roberto Smith, partner at FENEM, Ms. Priscilla Ferez, Vice President, Production and Innovation at Fiocruz, Mr. Jose Seriperi, Chairman of the Emil Group, Mr. Sushil Umesh, Chief Commercial Officer at Biocon, Dr. Murtaza, Managing Director of Wokhart, Dr. Vidur Mahajan, CEO of Carpeel.ai. Across this distinguished panel, we will explore how India and Brazil can move beyond traditional trade towards true strategic partnerships, spanning co-development, regulatory alignment, digital health collaboration, and expanded patient access, while also embracing the global shift towards integrative and preventive healthcare approaches. Our goal today is simple but ambitious. How can India and Brazil work together to deliver affordable, innovation-driven, and holistic healthcare solutions to the world? With that, let's begin with our panel. Mr. Roberto, may I first come across to you? India offers large-scale manufacturing while Brazil brings strong medical device innovation. How can our industries jointly develop and export affordable neonatal care technologies to emerging markets?
Thank you. Boa tarde, pessoal. Eu sou o Roberto, da FAM. Em primeiro lugar, vou agradecer.
First of all, I'd like to thank Apex and the government of Federament, our government of India, to facilitate this meeting and talk a little bit about Fanem. It's a Brazilian company which is 100 years in the market. We are almost reaching 102 years in the market. We are a family company. I'm the 5th generation. I'm in India since 2012. Our operation is in Bangalore, where I have the privilege to be for a few times. But answering directly your question, we believe that Brazil, especially in neonatal care, I refer in like all the treatments for neonatal care, along with India, we can pave a path of global growth, as it has already been mentioned, with the interchange of knowledge of professionals and students of nursery or medicine. This exchange of information, of knowledge, incentivizes the innovation, even so, because the medical protocols, they go ahead along with the design of machinery. They are always evolving. So when you understand that these two countries, these two potencies, the economical potencies, Brazil and India, they go through similar situations with a reality very similar, a diverse culture also very similar, along with the potential for growth, you can understand that through the co-creation of these two countries, along with each other, can brave new horizons. The Brazilian industry, and I speak in the name of neonatal equipments mainly, we can transfer technology and also learn with the Indian scientific community. We have a lot to working together. You can learn what you can learn from innovations. What you can learn, what you can absorb from the reality, the operational reality of Bangalore, the aims of where I was visiting yesterday, the NICU. So this environment of co-creation, this process of co-creation, is a principal force of collaboration between the industry and the governments, the state's policies, and the consumers. So you believe that to export along with the emerging countries to the rest of the world, this exchange of knowledge and information is necessary in the clinical and the technological field. We should have an environment. India has a very well developed environment in terms of technology and manufacturing, and also in the production of knowledge in technology. And Brazil also has a potential to offer neonatal solutions that are intelligent and accessible. So this work by the two countries is possible, and we believe is the future of the world. Muito obrigada.
Across over here is that how both Brazil and India, and especially very nice to see that, that you've actually traveled across to Bangalore, and you do have your operations there in Bangalore as well. So I think Bangalore is definitely coming across as a space for not only medical value travel, but also such wonderful partnerships like this. So that's wonderful to hear. Over to you, Ms. Priscilla. So from a public healthcare perspective, how can India and Brazil align production and innovation systems regulatory and institutional frameworks to jointly increase access and respond faster to future health emergencies. And before you begin, congratulations on your MOU signing here today. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Bom, primeiro eu queria agradecer ao Jorge Viana.
First of all, I would like to thank George Viana for organizing this mission and also for promoting both countries to have more cooperations between both the countries. And 30% of the research and development is being done in the field of healthcare, and we have a very huge users and huge land which has been covered in the field of global healthcare, which is being provided public healthcare. And we are also covering more and more research about newer diseases, which can include many cancerous diseases, and also newer pandemics which have come in and we have seen. And as we have heard from our Minister Bajilia, who has put in place many policies in place so that it can control any technology which is coming into the country, and the medicines which are coming into the country, and pharmacopy which is being checked and everything. This strategy of the universal healthcare, public healthcare, which is being offered by us, this is being taken up in every level of research and development of newer medicines and their distribution to different health centers and their logistical challenges which are being faced by them, and everything is being taken care of. And those policies are being designed by the ministry. And we have already spoken to many Indian industries, Indian companies which are researching and developing different medicines for use in the healthcare industry. And our companies can help establish more and more cooperations between different countries, and they can form partnerships with each other so that they can work together with the multilateral government agencies so that the products can be taken apart from more outside of their territories into another countries, and that can form part of the portfolio which is being held in another country, like in this case Brazil. And we have many institutions which are focusing on science and technology, which can do a lot of research in this field of healthcare, and we can also receive many companies which are in India so that they can cooperate. Like here we have a Biopharma also, which can cooperate with the Indian companies, and they can have a local manufacturing base. And your companies also can establish their research development work in Brazil, and they have start their manufacturing bases in the local field in Brazil itself. And we are in the process of concretizing the partnerships that have been signed here during this course, and this will be fulfilling the necessity of saving more and more lives in our country.
Mr. Jose, coming across to you, two keywords that what I would pick up from what Ms. Priscilla mentioned was research, and also seeing that how to be future ready through partnerships. What is your perspective on the use of technology and also AI partners in healthcare? How do you evaluate healthcare models that would broaden access to healthcare and also?
Bom, alô?
Muito boa tarde. Eu queria
Very good afternoon. I'd like to thank Jorge Viana for the invitation. It's always an honor to represent our dear country. Brazil has big success cases, especially in the area of healthcare. I worked there since 1986, specifically in the first question about artificial intelligence. Obviously, there is some expectation that from everybody that the artificial intelligence is gonna play a big role in the area, in the healthcare area. In our case, in the medical assistance in hospitals, there is a certain fear of how much this is going to concretize in a short term. Maybe not. Maybe it is going to be an evolution, but it's not. But it's inevitable that we will need the artificial intelligence as a mechanism of improvement of quality of medical service provided to people, and consequently, this is going to impact the system. So, one question is kind of answer is interligated to the other one. The question about the models. I particularly believe that the Brazil model called SUS is a success model. It's is a program of universidade. Brazil is one of the few countries of the world that effectively provides public service for a significant mass of people. But people also want to have something that supplements beyond the basics. For example, a private health plan. So if you're able to I'm sorry, if yes, the sensibility is to have at the end of the day the cost of the medical aid against its efficiency. Lowest the cost, a bigger the efficiency, maior the accessibility. This is a math question, be it for the public, be it for us. Brazil spends today, only in Brazil, between public and private areas, or something about between 750 to 800 billions reais, is around 150 billions of dollars a year, which we spend in the area, in the medical area, and not even considering programs of vaccination or prevention. So the bigger challenge of the humanity is to be able to make people to be able to have the minimum access in the same standard of medical assistance. Why should I have a superior assistant than another person just because I'm from a higher social level than somebody else? This is absurd. We are human beings. We are all together, rich and poor, fat and thin, left or right, tall or short. And we have to objectify, we have to optimize to create a better efficiency in reducing these costs. This is going to go through the artificial intelligence. And lastly, the artificial intelligence will also help us. We have an expectation that is to help us to fight frauds. It should be very naive to believe that only Brazil, where we spend more than $100 billion in medical care, if it's a fraud.
Put it across that you could take out, frauds, but also making it very accessible to people all across the world. So I think that's something that what your group is doing, and really commend you on that. Mr. Sushil, coming across to you, what regulatory or policy alignment between India and Brazil would most accelerate patient access to biosimilars and also advanced biologics? And
Thank you.
of course, congratulations to you on your MOU signing.
Thank you very much. We are very happy about it. Biocon has been in Brazil now for many years, more than 15 years. And we have got a long and deep relationship with Brazil. Biocon Group is involved in making complex biologic products, difficult to make generic products. And we are in the area of diabetes, obesity, immunosuppressants, oncology. I'm very happy to share that in Brazil, we have almost a 90+% share in organ transplant patients with our tacrolimus. That is because of strong partnerships with a lot of local companies. In oncology, with our trastuzumab, we have a 35% share in tackling the problem of breast cancer. We are there in diabetes and obesity. Our products like GLP-1 will be approved quite soon. So we have been working in Brazil for many years. We have an office in Sao Paulo. We have a team, a Brazilian team that works on the ground there. Coming to the question that you asked on what we can do better, what we can do more of. And I would say there are a few things that perhaps we can strengthen. We had this discussion with your regulatory authorities as well. I think the quicker we bring in generics, the quicker we bring in biosimilars in the market, the better it is for patients, for affordable access. And our main principle is working across 120 countries is to create affordable access. So if we get these approvals quick, we can launch it in the markets quicker and the patients will get the benefit faster. We can do better in this area because there is a reliance pathway which is there in Brazil, but there is a general queue. Now, if there is a separate queue for products that are ICH approved, those products of high quality could come in very, very quickly into the market and serve the population. So that's one area. The second area, I believe, is, I know it's a little bit sensitive, this topic on importation duties, but life-saving medicines like trastuzumab, bevacizumab in oncology have got zero importation duty. I believe that even insulins are life-saving because for type 1 patients or for gestational diabetes or for pre-operative care, there is no replacement for insulins. And hence, the importation duty for insulins too should be zero. That's one of the suggestions which I would have, which could reduce the price ultimately to the patient even further. The third area is very interesting and some of you have spoken about it. It's an area of collaboration. There's lots of talent in India. There's lots of talent in Brazil. We have something called the Biocon Academy. And this is an academy which actually works like a finishing school. There are young people with lots of knowledge, but when they go to the industry, they maybe not be work ready. So we need to create an environment in which we upskill them along with their knowledge. And I believe between Brazil and India, we can have a cross-fertilization of young people in the area of biotechnology and STEM. It will go a long way. So these are a few of the things which I had in mind, which I thought I must share with the group. Thank you very much. I really appreciated being in this group and talking to this audience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sushil. I think you've given your wish list to some of the regulatory people, listening into you. So hope they have. So Dr. Murtaza, coming across to you, taking on from what Mr. Sushil said, do you think that between India and Brazil partnerships, is it involving from just generic trade to perhaps a co-creation of innovative therapies? And what support would industry need from both governments? Your thoughts on this, please.
Thank you, Arvind, and it's a pleasure to be over here. We have also been we are a pharmaceutical company from India. Over the last 55 years, we have globalized. And we have been in Brazil for about a decade in generic area and biotech area. And the future area of growth for our organization is in new drug discovery and innovation. And one of the areas we have taken up is antimicrobial research, where we are developing new antibiotics in view of antimicrobial resistance, which has reached very alarming levels. And WHO has classified AMR as a health alarm. Being now in antimicrobial research for the last 25 years, we have a large portfolio of drugs and also have understood innovation and what it takes to develop new products and bring it to the market. So I believe that there are a number of opportunities where countries can collaborate with each other to get innovation faster to the market. One of the great advantages that India has is having innovation for all. Unlike the Western model where the innovation, the cost of the medicines are very high, India can be a pioneer and a leader of getting innovation at a very affordable price and make it available to various emerging markets. So like for example, we have been in antimicrobial research. We have developed new antibiotics, and today there are about 5 million people that unfortunately die because of resistance. And the portfolio of products that we have developed cover about 90% of these infections. Now, the current system, and I come back to your question how we can collaborate. The current system of regulatory approval is that we get an approval in India and then we go to various emerging markets and get approval. Now this becomes in a way a kind of a duplication of work and effort. So in areas where there is a health need, like during COVID time, the countries can work together and classify various products as an unmet medical need, have a differential and a faster access to innovation. So one is by reducing the duplication of work, and there can be a simultaneous review of dossiers, there can be mutual recognition of approval, so various pathways are there. Second is, I think, in the area of co-development. Brazil has a very, very strong public health infrastructure, and that is a great advantage for Brazil. India is very strong in terms of development of generic biotech and now moving into the antimicrobial and anti-novel drug discovery space. So there is enormous opportunity where one can develop, partner at a very early stage. So at the time of approval, things become much faster and much easier. And lastly, I think there can be a strategic partnership between India and Brazil on health. As we have seen earlier in the day, there was a lot of co-development partnership, but similarly new products and innovation. And for example, AMR, that could be one area where the two countries can come together and collaborate in bringing new products and innovation to the market faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Dr. Vidur, coming across to you. A few keywords, what I would take from Dr. Murtaza is affordability, scalability, and also co-creation between India and Brazil. Could India develop something together with Brazil and clinically validate AI-based diagnostics together, perhaps to create globally trusted AI solutions in this field?
So short answer is yes. And I know I am between all of us and lunch, so I will make it very quick and targeted. But yes, so there are some common themes between India and Brazil that from an AI perspective, we may not actually see very evidently. First is, what do you need to build medical AI, right? You need doctors. Both Brazil and India, if you go, to the so-called developed world, to the US, and you see the senior most physicians in the marquee institutions there, they are generally either Brazilian or Indian nowadays, and that trend is increasing. So both countries have the world's greatest doctors because we just cater to so many patients. Second, world's greatest engineers, right? You look at Brazil, you look at the tech ecosystem in Brazil, and you look at the tech ecosystem in India. Again, some of the world's, like we are the world's software factories, right? We are building models for the rest of the world. We are building software for the rest of the world. So we have the doctors, we have the engineers, and the biggest USP that both our countries have is the data. Brazil and India, sad as it may be, both have diseases of the rich and diseases of the poor. We cater to diseases of the West all the way to diseases of sub-Saharan Africa in a 10-kilometer radius, right? In the same city, in the same hospital, the same doctor, the same. So these three ingredients just make it so amenable for the two countries to come together and work on AI solutions. And we have been privileged to partner with that. So I run a small startup called Carpal.ai. Brazil is our biggest market. Our first paying customer was Proadi SUS. SUS was the government of Brazil, imagine, right, sitting here. And it was only because they recognized the ability to innovate, co-create, and validate solutions together. Today, apart from the cultural alignment that both the people have, right? We think of Brazilians as Indians, and I think Brazilians think of Indians as Brazilians as well. We've had the privilege of now being, calling customers the best hospitals in Brazil, the Albert Einstein Hospital, all the way to public hospitals, where reports are being created using AI in the ER without any human oversight, right? So chest X-ray reports are being automatically created. To the biggest of diagnostics companies, Fleury, DASA, are all using technology built in India, right? And we have this feedback loop with them. We have this mutual trust that we have developed with them over the years, and most importantly, we are able to publish these outcomes together at the world's largest stages. So the RSNA conference, which is the Radiology Society of North America, again, it's kind of the biggest gathering of radiology on the planet. Every year, there are 4 or 5 research papers that are collaborative papers between India and Brazil that are published there, showing cutting-edge AI, cutting-edge patient outcomes to the world. So I think we have a lot more to do. That we need a lot more Indian companies to know that Brazil exists as a potential partner, as a potential market, and vice versa, right? We need Brazilian companies to know that India exists as a market. And I'm grateful to Apex Brazil. They've opened their office just yesterday here in Delhi, and we will certainly be exploiting it as much as we can. And grateful to Fiki for giving me the opportunity to be here amongst stalwarts on both sides of the world. And thank you so much. Just my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidur. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've really had such a erudite panel here this afternoon. They've definitely kept you from lunch, but it's definitely been extremely interesting. Couple of things that what I would just like to make in terms of an observation is that I think as a panel over here, we have seen that the future between India and Brazil is to see that how we could collaborate and also co-create, and the strength is in partnerships. And also to make a special mention over here, what the Honorable Minister also made a mention in his speech is that India and Brazil are also getting together to see how they could explore Ayurveda in an extremely serious manner. And from Shri Tattva's side, we stand committed to ensuring that we bring across the very best of Ayurveda to the global audience. I'm happy to make a mention to you that Ayurveda is really getting across interest not only in Brazil, but also all across the world, getting its recognition as a system of medicine. And people are seeing its benefits over the years, and especially during the advent of COVID, where people really brought across a whole lot of healthy systems back there into the living. Over the last few years, it's important to note that it's no more as to which path is better, whether it's allopathy, Ayurveda, or any other systems of medicine, but what's really relevant at that particular point in the patient's life. So we have to see that we put the patient first and see that what's best for them over the years to come. So I think that when it comes to AI, when it comes to biosimilars, when it comes to generics, when it comes to Ayurveda, when it comes to services, I think all of us are here to see that how we could serve the patient better and also to take care of their health in a much more efficient manner. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been such a pleasure to have moderated this wonderful session. I learned a whole lot of things. Thank you so much for having such a wonderful panel put up from Fiki. Yes.
the level in which India and Brazil can work together to fight those wonderful antibiotics so that we can use the current.
So I think that's a fantastic note that what you've done across. I would request that you take it offline as well. All right, but thank you very much for voicing your opinion on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Madam,
very
over
much
to you.
indeed.
Thank you.
You very much indeed, Mr. Varchasvi, for wonderfully moderating this session. And we also convey our gratitude to all our eminent panelists for the valuable insights they shared with us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings of this session, inviting all of you to kindly join us for lunch, which is being served outside at the lawns where the registration counters were. And ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence sharp at 3 o'clock. We request everyone to kindly be seated back in time, at least 5 to 10 minutes before we commenced with the proceedings of the next session. Thank you once again. Enjoy your lunch and kindly be back in time before 3 p.m. for the proceedings of the next session. Thank you.
It's an honor to meet you. Plus, they are our partners. I know. We have very many common friends. Yes. That will work on. This is my partner. Yes. They have come to our home. Oh wow! Even better. Just take it over. Yes.
Alô, alô.
Senhoras, senhores, nós precisamos esvaziar a sala, esvaziar o salão para uma varredura de segurança. Please, we need to empty the room for a security check. Please.
Very warm welcome once again to all our distinguished guests who are present here with us for the India-Brazil Business Forum. And ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope you enjoyed the sumptuous lunch served to us by the Taj Palace Hotel. And we are now all set to move ahead with the proceedings of the next session. We are very much behind the scheduled time. We have President Lula and Shri Piyush Goyalji, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Government of India, gracing this occasion at 5 p.m. We need to conclude all the proceedings of other sessions before that. I would request everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, good afternoon. Once again, a very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, honorable ministers, senior officials from both India and Brazil, industry representatives. A warm welcome to each one of you to the India-Brazil Business Forum. We request all of you to kindly take your seats, once again requesting for all electronic devices to be kindly kept onto silent mode from now onwards. And ladies and gentlemen, for the language translation, we have SI sets, the headsets available from outside the main door. You may kindly collect your headsets if you need language interpretation. On channel 1 is English and channel 2 is Portuguese. And most importantly, we would request everyone to kindly return the headsets after you have used them and before you leave the venue. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We request for all electronic devices to be kept on to silent mode so that we can have an uninterrupted, smooth flow of the proceedings for the rest of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, all those who need language interpretation, we have headsets which are available outside the main door, the main entrance from where you came in. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 is for Portuguese. Ladies and gentlemen, all those using the headsets are kindly requested to return them after you have used them before you leave the venue. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our panel 4, which is on advancing agriculture, innovation and food security. And we have the privilege of inviting on stage our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Shashikant Singh, the partner at PwC India. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir onto the stage. Inviting our eminent panelist, the president of the Brazilian Animal Protein Association, ABPA, Mr. Ricardo Santin. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting the owner of the Fazenda Floresta, Miss Roberta Bertin. Inviting the president of the Brazilian Institute of Beans and Pulses, IBRAFE, Mr. Marcelo Ludas. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting the President, Global Corporate and Industrial Affairs at UPL, Mr. Sagar Kaushik. Inviting the CEO of BL Agro Industries and CMD of Leads Connect, Mr. Navneet Ravikar. Warm welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Brazil, Mr. Carlos Favaro. Mr. Carlos Favaro, very warm welcome to you, sir. And may I request for a group photograph, the official photo with the panel first. Can I request all our panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph with the Honorable Minister, sir? Honorable Minister, can we have an official photograph first? Thank you, sir. We now request the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Brazil, Mr. Carlos Favaro, to kindly give us the keynote address. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome Honorable Minister, sir.
Muito bem.
Good afternoon to all of you, sirs and ma'am. And it's a privilege and an honor for me to be here in the platform which has been organized by the governments of Brazil and India, and also to felicitate Ricardo Santin, Roberta Bertin, and Marcelo Luderes, and who are coming from Brazil in Ibrafi. Also Mr. Sagar Kaushik, who has come from UPL. and Mr. Navneet Ravikar also. I welcome them. And we have about 20 leaders who are with the Honorable President of Brazil, and there are many leaders from the industries who come here. This kind of a gathering which has come up here is the show up is a demonstration of showing that the Brazilian diplomatic relationship with the world has been increasing, from going from better to best step by step. And there are some of the opportunities which are existing around this time. And these moments show us the potential that we have, and which can be used up, which can be exploited in the coming days. And the India-Brazil relationship, which has been based on the faith which was exchanged between both of them, and in terms of the democracy which is being enjoyed by both the countries. And as we are talking about here, the food security and the innovation and agriculture field, we are here to advance them to the next level. We have been accelerating the innovations and research and development which has been carried out in the field of agriculture. We have seen a lot of contribution has been done by IBRAPA, and 50 years ago, Brazil was an importer of food items from abroad. But from that point onward, IBRAPA has been working step by step in order to increase the production of food items and to sell them in the local market, so that we could gain independence in the field of food security. And we have been increasing the efficiency of making food items. We've seen increase in the production of chicken and chicken meat, and this has been done in a very competitive prices, so that we could sell them in the market for the people could get prosperous. And this process has been happening that can be extended over to India also. Here we have the President Arnaldo of BCC, and we have. We are moving toward the Indian producers as well. And this increase is being shared by the social and environmental responsibilities, and the technologies which are being used for reducing the carbon emissions have been also doing their own part in making Brazil as a leader. And we are still in the process of creating bovine livestock. And here we have UPL also, which is also making a lot of technologies which are being built over there, and they are making great advancement in our country. As we have been progressing over the past 50 years in terms of food security, we still have a lot of potential to grow from this level to the next level. And we have been doing a lot of work in the future as well to make the future sustainable. and we are creating a green way. We have already earmarked some 40 million hectares of land for this work of green farming, and this green technology enables us to have 2 harvests in 1 year, and this is enabling us to increase efficiency. We have a lot of opportunities in order to increase the introduction of machines in order to cut the harvest and to gather them and to process them and to and we have allocated 50 billion reais for this particular field. And we have been spending a lot on doing the research and development and on the inputting items, and for increasing the harvest, we are using molecular technology as well. And it is clear that the molecules having a great force for making everything very easy. And we have to make sure that these molecules which are being developed do not affect the environment in which they are being grown, so that this makes the agriculture very, very sustainable in the future as well. And for the these international missions have been making it possible for commercializing the products of Brazil across the world. And our honorable president says it's better that we have 2 harvests every year. And we have many markets which have been open to us for to receiving the products which are being exported from our side. And the commercial flow which has been happening with India has been increasing over the past 3 years, and we have reached one level of $15 billion currently, and we are going to take it from this level to a higher level, and very soon we are going to reach the level of $30 billion of invoicing in terms of the bilateral business between India and Brazil. And here we have about 1,000 Indian entrepreneurs who are looking to expand their businesses into Brazil and to cooperate with the Brazilian companies. And our leaders made it clear that while processing the food items, there have been lots of losses that have been happening, and in this area we would like to have the Indian businessmen invest in Brazil so that they can handle the work which is being done, so that the losses can be reduced and the efficiency can be improved in terms of production in the field of agriculture. And this will help us to reach the economic viability and lower cost of items being sold in the market. And this will give us great opportunities for us to lead the way. And we would like to make sure that a very good environment for both the countries to have great opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for all those valuable remarks, and thank you for gracing us with your august presence today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the panel discussion, I have the proud privilege of handing over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Sambit Patra, to kindly take the discussions forward. And once again, as you all are aware, we are running behind schedule.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And there was some interesting part on the name of the moderator, but nevertheless, I am Sashikant Singh. I am partner. I lead Agri and Food in PwC India. So that was, I think, Minister's speech kind of set a direction, and maybe he covered all the key topics of discussion probably, which we will discuss as a part of panel, or I am very sure what we have been discussing during the day. He talked about technology, he talked about innovation, he mentioned about scale, he mentioned about how do we go and optimize on what as a two countries we have, so that we do good for the first these two countries and larger globe as a whole. So on that note, let me, I guess we all know about the panel member, but let me also give you a flavor what kind of panel member we have here. So if you look at the larger discussion around food security, and maybe if you go back 3-4 years post-COVID, post-Ukraine war, in all the key conversations, before that it started with fuel, but now the all key conversations, whatever country, whatever location we are, it started with food security, right? And if you look at the larger demand, maybe by 2050, what kind of food requirement as a globe we would have, we cannot ignore India and Brazil as a key agricultural powerhouse to feed the globe. Leave aside the two countries. So that's the kind of importance these two countries bring on the table. Second, if you look at largely about what's one key aspect about Brazil and India. So Brazil is all about systems, research, tech. And if you come to India, whether you like it or not, it's about scale, right? So whatever you do, in whatever fashion you are doing, scale is the one which changes the entire story. So taking that as a background, look at the kind of panel member we have. We have Mr. Ricardo Santin, who is the president of Brazilian Animal Protein Association. So maybe within food security and nutritional security, how much protein is important, we all know. And there are many interesting development nowadays post Ozempic era, where even the dairy farmers in US are being advised to talk about milk with less fat, right? So again, maybe there's something where the genetic improvement part will be covered by Miss Roberta Bertin, who is owner of Fazenda Foresta. So maybe that's again a very interesting combination as a panel member who will bring about what's happening in genetic improvement side of the cattle part. Third, we have Mr. Marcelo Luders, who is the president of Brazilian Beans and Pulse Institute, maybe plant protein. We have Sagar Kaushik, who is the president Global Corporate Industry of UPL, as a company who is leader in agri input and maybe is a larger solution provider to the farmers. And we have Mr. Navneet Ravikar, who is the CEO of BL Agro and CMD Leads Connect. In addition to many work what BL Agro and Leads Connect does, I would introduce him as someone who is giving you a one whole stack solution to take care of the agricultural problems. So we have someone who talk about the tech. We have someone who will talk about the protein from both animal and plant side. We have someone who talk about agri input innovation, and then we have someone talk about genetic improvements. So without further ado, I'll start with Mr. Ricardo Santin, who is the president ABPA, to throw some light in terms of Brazil being one of the key protein exporter, animal proteins, and you are also very conscious about doing it in a more of a sustainable fashion. So how do you see the opportunity for India and Brazil, keeping that in mind going future?
Well, thank you so much. Namaste. Thank you, Mr. Sashi, and all the other members from this distinguished table. I will speak in Portuguese, sorry. Eu vou falar em português.
I am going to speak in Portuguese. And also today, Brazil is the third largest producer of meat and chicken, and we have been producing a lot, and because of which we are being called as a production powerhouse of meat and chicken. When we measure the production, this is as And the meat which is being produced in Brazil has 1.2 times greater amount of protein content in it. And in the case of Brazil, we have reduced a lot of carbon footprint which is being left while producing meat, lower than that of Europe. And this is a very good achievement on our part, and it has taken a lot of technological advancement and research and development which has been done in order to bring it to this stage. And currently we are producing 15 million tons of meat, and for each person per capita production is 47 kilos every day. So that is a huge production level that we have reached. So as we are going to increase our contribution, as our collaboration between both the countries, this raw material which is being sent is going to be used for producing and storing up the production of the produced meat and chicken, etc. This will help the Indian population to get a better lifestyle in terms of producing meat and chicken. And Brazil, since we have already seen our capacity of helping people to scale up their production of meat and chicken, the same technology can be passed over to in India also. And India is at the cusp of making a decision to involve this technology so that they can improve the genetical output of the protein giving meat and chicken that's being exported from our side. This would help us increase the food security also, and this can help the bovines to reduce their diseases and to make it sustainable in the coming days. Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Well said, because that's where, as a part of introduction, I was also saying in terms of how do we learn from those tech and innovations, and maybe the key is how do we implement that at a scale in India. So building on from there, maybe I'll go to Mr. Sagar Kaushik now, and because while we understand we have many technological advancement in Brazil, at the same time, India is also doing a lot in terms of innovation, and maybe it will be very interesting to understand from coming from working at UPL, because we have a multi-locational presence, and you also see how do we expand the given innovation at a scale. What do you think about that, Mr. Kaushik?
Yeah, Shashi, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I think as far as India is concerned, we have 80 million small farmers. And when we say small farmer, would mean that average land holding is 2 hectares or even less than that. But the biggest surprise, and I know that a number of Brazilian farmers, together with their cooperatives, they have been visiting India, and they had this surprise that how a small farmer can reach up to such a high level of production in the country. We produce 350 million tons of the food grains, almost 400 million tons of the horticulture, and then the milk is almost 175 million tons, and then the meat, and then the sugar cane. If you put all together, it is 1.2 billion tons of the food material will India is producing, and with the 80 million small scale farmers. So the question comes, how do they produce without technology, nothing moves, how the technology is getting diffused to such small farmers. So I think I just want to cover this perspective. And I promise you that at least more than 500 farmers from Brazil, including the cooperatives, I have personally taken them to the farms because I really enjoyed that interaction of a farmer with 100,000 hectares when he's talking to a farmer with just less than 2 hectares. It's really a space they give to each other to understand that what goes in the interaction and the use of the technologies. Now, coming to the India side, we have to recognize that the adoption of technology by the small farmers is very high. Each farmer, small farmer, has his own experience, but the digitalization process, the artificial intelligence part, which is already used in our country, it really makes the farmer fully aware on what exactly he should be doing. Government of India has also recently launched a program called Vistar, which is digital large extension where there is a use of artificial intelligence. How does it work? So, yes, the farmer has his own experience, but that is very general. But with the artificial intelligence, he is able to get two things. So, this artificial intelligence has the overall perspective of the 80 million farmers with it. And based on that, it customizes the specific requirement for individual farmers. That is the key to the success. Example, if the farmer has 4 hectares of land, so this program will give to the farmers that within 4 hectares, how many crops he should grow. 1 crop, 2 crop, or 3 crops. And these, if they are more than 1 crop, then there is a diversification. And with that, they are able to do the hedging from 1 crop to the another. It also gives a perspective about where this crop can be sold, where the price discovery will be the highest for the farmers. So to make it short, it becomes so relevant for the farmers that this artificial intelligence, which is actually, the scale is increasing. More data is coming every season, and India has done very well in terms of collecting the data. There is a technology called STAT. So under that STAT, they have statistics. They have been able to capture large database from the individual farmers. So I think that's one strength which has worked. The second aspect which has worked is that a small farmer with 2 hectares, can he afford to buy a large harvesting machine? So, or the big tractors, how can he afford? Now, this also has happened because of the mechanization process, digitalization process, and the shared services. So, 1 tractor is shared by maybe 20 farmers. And with the digitalization, he has to just order. Like we order food, the farmer, he can order a harvesting machine or any other large machine. So the farmers have got empowered without buying the machines, without buying the mechanization implements. He has access to all the technology. So I think the empowerment of the farmers have increased a lot, and they are able to use the technologies. And we also believe that in future, diffusion of the technology is very fast. We have launched as our company several programs in the, for example, the crop residue management. After you cut the crop, there are a lot of stubbles or the crop residues. How do you manage that? Because again, they are small farmers. And I think with the process of digitalization, using the mechanization, we were able to onboard almost 400,000 farmers in the application. And we were able to successfully implement the program.
Perfect.
Now, besides this, there is one last point I want to mention, that what India has, and small farmers, they need a total protection, that if his crop is failing, then is there a mitigation plan? And that is where also we have the program from the government of India, where you have the crop insurance program, which has increased, and we have been able to modify it to suit the farmers. So today we have also a full confidence to the farmers that just in case his crop is not successful, there is a program by which he is supported. So I think there is a large technological diffusion which is done by the digitalization, mechanization, and the biosolutions. So all put together, this is how it empowers the farmers. Thank you.
No, perfect. Very useful, and probably there are no other options rather than to go for tech for scaling and even innovating, because India has been also parallelly, there's a large program going on the AI, and maybe when we talk about here as a India, Brazil, for us AI, in addition to the artificial intelligence, is also artificial insemination. So maybe I'm on that note, I'm just moving to Ms. Roberta Martin in terms of to capture her views in terms of what all she has been doing in terms of genetic improvements, because in larger cattle improvement program, dairy development program, the key success criteria is how far you can do a genetical improvement. Over to you to share your experience.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's very important to be here to tell the story of the milk producer from Brazil and our history of how we evolved with the Indian cattle. Brazil didn't have a cattle, and in the 1800 to 1962 we imported around 6,000 animals from India. But Brazil made a history that no other country has done. We implemented programs of genetic improvement, generation of breed. We import 6 breeds from the 40 that are here in India and work very well with other entities of the government, like MAPA, that is the sanitation part. Last year in 2025, we got free from aftos, and like that, we continue to implement the sanitary program. The genetic improvement are made with Embrapa, and this program has been evolving. So for us to have some number of this evolution, and India was very interested because the cattle is well adapted to the Brazilian weather. It's the same climate. It's a rustic animal with good production, but we improved them a lot in terms of production and reproduction. So this improvement techniques of producing in vitro embryos, in 2017 we implemented the genome, and you saw which mats were better. So Brazilian has a program to make new mats with bulls that's going to generate the next generation to ensure the best, to ensure that the kids, the calf are better than the parents. So it's important to bring this technology to India. Brazil is the reference in the system that was the system that we have here in India. We will have adapted the program here with our pastures. They need less nutritional value, and it produces much more. So for us to have an idea, in the 90s, Brazil had 16 million cows and produced 14 million liters of milk. With these improvement programs, we have the same number of cows, but today you produce 37 millions of liters of milk. So it's always in evolution, it's always improving, not only in the volume of milk, but also in the quality of fat and protein. At each new generation that's being evolved, we add 4 to 5 kilos of protein and milk. And this makes a big difference Imagine this in the production here in India, which is a protein that is being consumed here. It will make a big difference in the system. If not our partner here, that is incorporated production system that Brazil has and show what is going to evolve with the history of Brazil in 100 years of making this big evolution of the cattle that has changed our country. Today, we are the biggest cattle in the world with 234 heads, and we are the reference in the production. Thank you to the Indian cow, which I thank you very much, that you make part of our history and change the standard of pecuary of Brazil. In the agribusiness, what you have the most a chain of jobs in Brazil, the milk part employs about 2.5 million people. So India also can have this reference if they have a more productive animal.
As I said, for this sector, improvement of breed and the kind of work Brazil has been doing, we need to maximize to the potential, and we share a very long history because we all know in terms of the Gir cows going to Brazil and what kind of improvement it has worked. So while Navneet, I was planning to come back to you last, but now since to keep the continuity, because I understand you are wearing two cap of BL Agro and Leads Connect, and as an institution, we have been very active with Brazil and this segment, right? So probably I'll just throw up broadly in terms of what kind of role you see from a private sector side for the sector development, and broadly how this will impact the larger food security play as a whole.
Thank you, Shashi. What I would like to say here is, as an institution, as a company, what we could work with Brazil for the last 2.5, 3 years is now coming to fruition. We have been able to import the embryos, which was basically with the hard work of MAPA and Embrapa, obviously. And we are the first company to do that. But the question here is, will the import of embryos, or are the import of embryos going to help the production of milk, or only that is the criteria or not? That is something that we need to understand, because as a country, we have, as Shashi said and as Kaushik sir said, that we have multiple smallholder farmers, and we need to create an enabling system here in India to make them use this breed of cow, which is basically ours, but Brazil took it to their place and they improved it, and it's kind of a reverse brain drain. We are bringing it back. So what we believe is that this ecosystem needs support, and it needs support from local government. It needs support from Brazilian government, which I think through Embrapa we got into an agreement last December, wherein we signed an agreement with our partner Fazenda Floresta, and Miss Sylvia is sitting there. We signed an agreement, and we are not only bringing in only embryos. We are bringing in the technology, the understanding of the technology. See, the whole, in the morning, George Viana sir was there. He was talking about increasing the business by, say, from 15 billion to 100 billion. The money will come, but we need to first start to exchange knowledge and technology. That is the backbone of the progress that we will see in times to come. First, there has to be a people-to-people interaction, which is there. Thanks to the Brazilian embassy here in India, there has been multiplicity of missions coming into India, and we have been able to go to Brazil, and there has been a lot of interaction. But we need to also bring in the technology. We need to bring in more, training is another aspect that needs to be there. The third aspect is the enablement of agri-tech environment, food tech environment there in Brazil and there in here in India. Because what I could experience in Brazil was there is a lot of things that Brazil is doing, which can begin begin a new kind of revolution in India as well. I had been to Embrapa Food Tech, and I had been working with one of the agri-techs, food techs there, Amazonica Monday, with whom we have an agreement. We are working with them. They are working on cashew fiber-based food, which is innovation which will change a lot of things in India. And we believe that by cooperating and collaborating together in different aspects and different techs, we can bring the technology here, take the technology there. We are good in AI. We are good in services. As in the morning session, people were saying we are good at innovation as well. But you have been doing it for a long time. We need to exchange ideas, and I believe by exchanging ideas, we'll be able to bring in the business, and we will obviously bring in the money. And last but not least, the idea is to change lives. The making profit is one, but we need to able to change lives. We should be able to change lives of the smallholder farmers there in Brazil and here in India. That is how we are going to change the whole agriculture ecosystem in both the countries.
Very well said, and that's what I thought. We'll continue this story because there are a lot of traction you have. You are in with Brazil, and maybe the kind of MOU you have signed, that's also is one of kind, where there is a collaboration between the government counterparts and a private player here. So maybe something to learn and explore more. So now coming to Mr. Marcelo Lourdes, last but not the least, I guess, and maybe we talked about food security. We talked about protein being one of the key drivers within those food security per se, because when we talk nowadays about food, it's about nutritional security, right? And India is still deficient, and Indian lot of population are vegetarians, right? So with the plant protein, what we get from pulses, lentils, beans are the key segment of the larger, broader nutritional security story. So coming to you to get your thoughts in terms of how India can leverage what Brazil produces but doesn't use much, like black gram, pigeon pea, and how do we synchronize the seasons trade so that we have better play there? Your thoughts?
Obrigado, Sr. Singh, pela oportunidade.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for the opportunity. I think APEX and the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have this opportunity in such a high level to be able to talk about the vegetable protein. What is the recent story in Brazil and beans? Beans is well known and is a part of our basic food, as our daily meals. From the year 2010, with the event of a variety that Embrapa launched, we began to participate in the world market, firstly with exportations to India of the brown-eyed beans, known in Brazil as fradinho. We were developing this market with India, and India today has 60% of the exportation from Brazil. Last year, we reached a very expressive number of 500,000 tons, 530,000 tons exported to India. That was the total exportation, 60% to India, more than $250 million. So how are things happening in the last 10 years? So in a way that there is a demand, Brazil tries to service this demand. The Brazilian exporters take the demands of which beans, and it's produced, and it has been working very well, this growth, and up until when we got in a new level of commercialization. of trade. We started exporting the beans that has a low volume of demand in India, like I mentioned, Brawai bean, Hajima, the red beans. But from the moment that Brazil now starts to supply, after a long period of development, of tropicalization of a few crops and variety, now we have black market, and we also have pigeon pea. But these volumes are very important for the Brazilian producer, for the Brazilian market. It's a very high risk. It's a higher risk than the climatic risks, agroeconomic. So will India be able to have the demand in the next year or not? So perhaps in this growth evolution that we are seeking, one of the most important inputs, it's information. So this information, Brazil will have the crops from February. So if we could have a estimation of what is the tendency for the next period around November, we have the ability to have a lower risk in this production. And what does it mean to have a lower risk? It means better pricing in a way that when you don't have risk, you have a possibility to be more assertive with your pricing. In the evolution, Mr. Singh, of which is the next step of the pulses, certainly it is in the better dialogue between the governments, because we are involving not just a few $1 million, but we reached we're gonna go towards $1 billion for certain, and animal protein, and sesame seeds. And if you have more informed qualification with less risk, without a doubt, we will be more competitive in terms to be able to attend the demands, because you are looking for your self-sufficiency, but there are challenges. And when there is a need, it can be served by Brazil. So one of the suggestions in this aspect is that, given the importance of pulses to India and the production of pulses in Brazil, perhaps a committee could have these informations and talk previously about the tendencies. So how can we produce more than 20 varieties of beans? If we signalize to a producer this year, India will be totally served in black mapi and pigeon pea, so we will make it adequate to them. So, and of course, as this happens and the growth of volume happens, we see that other fronts will open up. A bigger inclusion of in artificial intelligence, and the treatment of all the information from the field and to the trading, and also the access. And there is a big opportunity for Indian investors as in terms of financing, be it at exporting, not just the production, given the fact that we have today a cost rate of the interest that is extremely high. So this could be better managed within the committee or with a high-level dialogue about this. So all these steps will allow us to guarantee, not just in Brazil, and as Brazil produces and tends its own demand, and also produces to serve the Indian demand. So we are in a good path to elevate this level of all these conversations. Thank you very much.
No, thanks for your input. That was very useful. And while I had a second set of follow-up questions, but probably I got the indication from organizers, so we're just parking it. Maybe one-on-one we can interact with from the audience side. We have any query? So I guess it's very clear. We heard about scale. We heard about innovations. We heard about technology. We heard about sustainability. So probably India and Brazil is a force to reckon with for the larger global play in food security. On that note, I just thank all my panel members and organizers for organizing this in such a beautiful manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kant Singh, partner PwC India, a distinguished moderator, for wonderfully moderating this session. Also thanking all our distinguished panelists for the insightful and forward-looking discussions that we had in this session. I would request everyone to kindly take their seats in the front as we move on to the next panel discussion, which is also one of the last panels of the forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would now begin the fifth and the final panel of the day, concluding today's series of discussions. We are just getting the talk table ready for the proceedings of the next session. The theme for the next session is Advancing Agricultural Innovation and Food Security. And let's put our hands together to welcome on stage the head of agribusiness of Apex Brazil and our distinguished moderator, Mr. Laudemir Muller. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. Inviting our eminent panelists, the President of Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation, Embrapa, Ms. Silvia Machua. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. The Managing Director of Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, IFCO, Mr. K.J. Patel. Inviting the Industrial Director of Seavelle Agro-Industrial Cooperative, Mr. Reni Girardi. The Executive Vice Chairman of Ritu Sadhikara Samstha, Mr. Vijay Kumar. The Additional Managing Director of National Agriculture Cooperative Marketing Federation of India Limited, NAFED, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Prasad. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting our distinguished keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture of Brazil, Mr. Paulo Teixeira. And we begin the proceedings with the official photograph along with the Honorable Minister, sir, requesting everybody to kindly step forward for a group photograph, sir. Thank you. And we now invite Honorable Minister of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture of Brazil, Mr. Paulo Teixeira, for his keynote speech. Let's once again put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet everyone who is present here in this prestigious event promoted by Apex Brazil. I would like to greet all the panelists. I would like to greet all the Indian business people who are here, the Brazilian entrepreneurs who are here, and I'd like to congratulate Apex for this important event. In year 1500, the Portuguese had a trip to India, to come here, but they lost their way and they found Brazil. It was already inhabited by indigenous people. 526 years later, we are redoing this route so we can have a great relationship with India in Brazil. you can have a very robust, strong relationship between India and Brazil. I participated today in a meeting with President Lula and the ministries, with the Prime Minister Modi and his ministers. And I think it was a historical milestone. So for us to make give a jump in the relationship of diplomacy, commerce between Brazil and India. There are a lot of identities in the relationship, in the relation Brazil-India. First of all, there are two countries that are very populated, and the great challenge of these two countries is to ensure food sovereignty to its people. Brazil is responsible to feed 213 million of Brazilians, and India is responsible to feed 1,400,000,000 people. But there are two countries that have a strong agricultural strength that not only feed their people but also feed the world. And that's why we are here in this challenge also to think about the relationship Brazil-India, India-Brazil, but also in the relationship between these two countries with the world. President Lula has launched in G20 the global alliance to combat the hunger and poverty. And today, the world is trying to ensure the food sovereignty in all countries. Another identity that we have, apart from being countries that try to conquer the food sovereignty, is the role of agricultural family. In Brazil, the agricultural family has a panel of great production of food, because food is culture, and we are a multicultural country. And because of that, the familiar agriculture has a very important role in producing a diverse panel that ensure the culture of the Brazilian people, and also have another identity, that's the identity of as tropical agricultures. So there are a lot of similarities between our agriculture. As it was already said here, the Brazilian pecuary has a lot of roots from India. They want livestock and milk production. And you also have a lot of fruits and vegetables that came to Brazil from India, like banana, mango, jackfruit, orange, Mosambi, lemon, eggplant, and a lot of spices like curcuma, cardamom, clove, cinnamon, and many others. In this period, Brazil has improved its genetics, of this cattle genetics. The milk production, we had here an experience that was already presented by Fazenda Floresta, by Rogério and Roberta, which is a cattle originally from India. And it was improved through these 100 years, and improving the genetics of this cattle. It's very important to highlight the role that Embrapa had and has, who takes cows from 4 or 5 liters, start to have calf, and they start to produce 45 liters of milk. Yesterday I could participate with the Indian farmers that said, my cow give 5 liters of milk, but if this genetic improvement made from the embryos that came from Brazil, they can give from 40 to 45 liters of milk. We are launching in the name of the governor a program of embryo for the familiar farming of Brazil. President Lula is going to launch a program of 300,000 embryos, which is our goal for the year of 2026. Brazil has improved all the genetics in the sphere of fruits, seeds, and also in the methods of production, of agricultural production in our country. Brazil also has a advanced genetic of plants, as well as gathered knowledge of productive systems from agriculture. We have the Embrapa, which is an enterprise that is on the front line of agricultural knowledge, and it has been the object of desire from the world, from Africa to different countries in the world that want to have a relationship with Embrapa. I would like to greet its president, Ms. Sylvia. Another project of convergence is the transition of the ecological transition in agriculture. Today, there is a window of knowledge, a window of opportunities that is the possibility to have a change, a profound change of an agriculture today that is based on chemistry, based on the green revolution, that it had its role in the production of food, but now it's not the best model anymore in the world because of the environmental damage that it has done. So in this transition is a transition for the agro-technology, and we found here in India a huge experience of agroecology they call natural agriculture, an agriculture that does not use fertilizers or chemicals, an agriculture that produces organic products, and also the intensive use of biologic. This is also the moment for Brazil to make this transition for a base in the agriculture of biologic, agroecological, and this exchange is very important. I'd like to highlight here two institutions that are going to be very important in this transition and in this interchange, which is the ICAR from India and Embrapa from Brazil for this transition agroecologic. And because of that, you'd like to receive the Indian agricultures here for concrete experiences in communities, to train our agricultures, our farmers, to have this experience, which is the natural agriculture. I also visited an Indian company that produces technological solutions in the area of artificial intelligence, that also has a lot of use, not only for India, but also to our country, to our Brazil. A great economist, an Indian economist, Miss Martha, who wrote books about economy and liberty. He used to write about the development aspect of economy. Economy is not only make money, but to develop the country, the people, is to meet friends. And that's why we hope that this meeting here between Brazil and India may help a lot in this development jump in these two countries to assure the sovereignty of the food, and like this 526 years later, after Portuguese got lost in their route to India, this path, Brazil-India, is a path that will be strengthening a lot for the development of our countries. Congratulations, Apex, for this event. in this history, I cannot not congratulate the business people who have come from far away for this moment of meeting, of congregation, of commercial relationships to make it happen, to make these objectives happen. And also congratulations to the Prime Minister Modi of India and President Lula that are leading our countries to this new time, new era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for your valuable remarks and for honoring us with your presence today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to our distinguished moderator to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And once again, gently reminding all our eminent panelists about the timing, which is of concern now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the presence of all of you here. I would like to also thank you, Minister, for your inspiring words. And we're going to talk about agriculture, but more specifically about the rural development and also family farming. Minister mentioned that there are two major countries in production and also in consumption. India has 600 million farmers. Nearly 90% of these farmers have an area of about 1 acre. But in Brazil, nearly 80% of our agriculture, it is also family farming. And our countries are conducting a process of development that it has to do with the control of inflation and also increase of revenue and consumption. 24 million Brazilians left the hunger map, and 248 million of Indians left poverty, multi-dimensional poverty. So we want to connect this panel with the first one, with our Minister of Economy, because without agriculture, without the production of food, we will have inflation. And with a lot of inflation, we'll have high interest rates. And with that, we won't have development. So agriculture, production of food, and family farming have a lot to do with economical politics, and it's a basis for the development of our countries. So this is what we want to discuss here. I would like to start with Sylvia, President of Embrapa. Please briefly mention if we are in this process now, but it has not always been like that. Brazil was a great importer of liquid foods, and our reality is different. What changed in Brazil? What happened and transformed this reality, this such a positive as it? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Laudemir. Thank you, Apex, for the invitation. I would like to greet President Jorge Viana and all of you here taking part. I would like to greet all the business people. So in order to talk about Brazil and in the last 50 years from importer for producer, and it has to do with three basic pillars: investment, science, technology, capacitation, and public policies that are associated. So in these three pillars, so you have an idea of the 50 years we increased our planted area in 50%, but our production and productivity in 580%, just in grains, 5 times more. That's thanks to adaptation of technologies and for our type of climate and soil. So Brazil has 6 biomes with a great diversity, but it's important to mention a lot of what we have in partnership, and this is, we rescue our partnership with India. It's important to remember that in the beginning we had a lot of work to adapt, be it genetic, animal, vegetables. And today we have a great challenge that is to improve the production productivity, preserve the resources, and the 3 dimensions of economic, social, and also transitional, nutritional, energetic, climatic. But in Brazil, we have, as like in India, we have a similarity. 77% of the 5 million producers that we have in Brazil, they are small to medium producers that of the family farming. So we have a great challenge that is to inclusive, socio-productive, and the technical inclusion of these producers. So we have been working in Brazil of how to bring these technologies that they are able to get to the family farmers. So as well as we have evolved in the production of grains, meat, how can we do that the technology can reach to the producer, the small to medium, to add value, to improve management. And today in Brazil, we have improvement genetics products, as it has been said, be it in grains and beans, rice. And I say that Brazil has, and from Embrapa, we have to work from A to Z, from açaí to zebu cattle. So we have a major challenge here, is how we're going to use these 3 pillars and make a better advancement of inclusion of socio-productive of these farmers. So it is interesting to bring here a few projects that Brazil has. Brazil, since the revolution of direct planting, the use of bio inputs, systems of livestock, forest, and we have models of the family farm. So we have a work that we can bring diversity, and we bring 5 modules of development where the farmer can have this fish, fish, and we have a new dynamic for the family farmer. So we have the bio-fortified products that we have sweet potato, zinc, and we can also improve the nutritionals. We have projects also in Brazil, the Semear Digital, that we work with inclusion digital for the producers. Just to give it an example, we're working with small producers of coffee, and what happened, we were an association, we raised the needs, we need a toasting machine, we need more energy, photovoltaic, internet, biofabric, and we developed a self-sustained model. And when Embrapa leaves the project, those producers, those farmers, they are from an association as a small cooperative to give, to escalate, and now they have the seal of organic coffee. So this is how we bring and we add value and revenue for the farmer, for the small to medium farmer. And just to finalize, we have the partnerships here, be it as in the first panel and the other panel, we're looking with leads here and improving genetics, the dairy genetics. We're also working with cashew, which is an initiative in Brazil that we are taking advantage not just of the nut, but to also have the fiber of cashew and also hamburgers, kafta. And this has been discussed in the partnership, how we can increase the production and do the partnership with India. So these are a few concrete cases. And to finalize, Brazil today is referenced in tropical agriculture, thanks to the 3 pillars that we mentioned, and also the PPPs. But it's very important because that's where we are able to take our technologies and they reach the market. So for that, we need to improve these partnerships. So I would like to say that Embrapa is here, available, and more than just export commodities. Brazil can export also more technology, and this is important, this partnership with India. So as 500 years ago, as Minister said, they found Brazil, and now we brought jus leiteiro from India, fruits. For this cooperation, there's a win-win for both countries in cooperation, scientific and technological. We have a partnership with ICAR, which is an International Institute of Agriculture and Livestock in India, so that we can develop new technologies together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Silvia.
one of them is technology. and you are from fertilizer sector. So tell us about the challenges that you are facing here and how Brazil and India can work together in these issues. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Muller. In fact, before I talk about the technology, let me introduce that what IFCO is. I'm from Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited. It's the largest cooperative, the fertilizer cooperative in the world, and we are the largest fertilizer producer of India. We are responsible for the major requirement of the fertilizers that is being produced in India. There's a chemical fertilizers to the tune of more than 9.3 million tons every year we are producing. At the same time, not only the chemical fertilizers, but then there are certain specialty fertilizers, the biostimulants, the growth promoters, the soil conditioners. We are into that, and we are the innovator of nanotechnology, the first in the world. So with this nanotechnology, we have also moved to Brazil, and I must thank the government of Brazil for allowing IFCO, the IFCO Nanoventions, to join hands, and we are erecting a plant. There's a nano fertilizer plant or as a project, at a pilot project scale, and we'll be producing nearly 1.5 million liters of nano fertilizers in Brazil, and that will be the custom-made fertilizers for the need of the farmers of the Brazil. So whatever based on the crop, whether it's a soya or which is a corn or it's for the beans, or the cotton, we are going to provide the fertilizers according to the need of the agriculture of Brazil. As far as the family farming is concerned in India, I must tell that yes, we do have the small land holding farmers in India, and we, the IFCO being the cooperative, which is responsible not only for making profits, but we are here to take care of the population of the village. And we have more than 35,600 societies, the cooperative societies who are the members of IFCO. And in our family, we have more than 40 million farmers who are attached to us. And for their requirements, especially on agriculture fields, we find that providing the fertilizers, that's not only the solution, but then to have the right quality of fertilizer, right explanation and the knowledge of utilization of the fertilizers. It's generally seen in India that we have inherited farming business, not based on knowledge. But now as the technologies are improving, we are producing technology fertilizers now. And with the increasing technology into the fields of fertilizer manufacturing, at the same time improving the technology on agriculture, that's also very important. So in this field, we definitely look forward towards the support from Brazil, because I know the big farmers of Brazil can definitely provide us the additional inputs for improving the farming agriculture technologies, where it may be related to the soil investigation, artificial intelligence based soil nutrients analysis, so that our farmers in India can identify that what fertilizer will be better needed for their agriculture requirements. At the same time, the irrigation, the smart irrigation, that's also one of the need of the hour. So where we can look forward towards Brazil. We are open for any technology which Brazil has and which can be utilized in our country for our farmers. We are always open and will be ready to welcome Brazil, and we would like to reach Brazil for extending whatsoever cooperation. Thank you very much.
That's so nice, Patel. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Vija. So let's continue on technology. But let's move to agroecology. And you mentioned that you are supporting and moving forward on a process that involves more or almost 2 million farmers in agroecology. So tell us about the results that you have there, and how we can take advantage, India and Brazil, for the smallholder agriculture and for the family farming. So tell us. Welcome, Vija.
Thank you. This initiative was started 10 years ago because we are in a climate emergency, and farming in harmony with nature is a solution, is the best solution for farmers everywhere in the world, especially small and marginal farmers. So the farming, which is called agroecology, we call it as natural farming. That means farming in harmony with nature. And this is modern science. Even though there's a traditional idiom, this is modern science. And the farmers need to spend very little on inputs. The basic input is actually having crops throughout the year, diverse crops, not monocrops, diverse crops throughout the year, and a little bit of biostimulants from cow dung, etc., to trigger the microbiome. This is not biofertilizer, it's only a biostimulant. So we started with 40,000 farmers 10 years ago, and seeing the results this year, 1.8 million farmers have enrolled. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a 3 to 5 year journey for each farmer. And our technology has been improving every year. What's important to note is we don't offer any subsidies to farmers to enroll into natural farming. And neither do we promise them any premiums. So they do so because they are reducing costs, they are having higher yields, they are more resilient to extreme weather events, and they're eating good food. So they see the advantage from the first season itself. And over a period of 3-4 years, they completely get rid of chemical fertilizers, chemical pesticides, and the soil microbiome, once it is rejuvenated, means you don't need even a single gram of fertilizers, neither chemical nor organic fertilizers. And the beauty of this is, A, they are resilient to floods, droughts, it requires less water, it's more nutritious, and we are producing more food at the same time. So 1 acre of land actually becomes equivalent to 3 to 4 acres of land, because we are also vertically harvesting sunlight and harvesting nutrients from different depths. So this is really the farming of the future. And Honorable Minister yesterday was very excited, and he would like Brazil to see what is happening. And we had a very big delegation from Brazil in October. They spent 10 days. They said, we can't believe that you can grow crops without fertilizers. I said, don't believe me, go and talk to the farmers. So then they said, when they left, they said, no, we want to do this in Brazil. So we're actually extending our cooperation to 22 states in India, and also to 2 countries, Zambia and Sri Lanka. In the first year itself, we get higher yields, less cost. What more does the farmer want? And the beauty of this process is, year on year, the yields keep increasing, the costs come down, resilience improves, the nutrition quality of the food improves. Which other business can deliver like this? So we want our farmers to be prosperous. We want farmers to earn money every month, not just when the crop is harvested. So we have a 365 days green cover concept, which ensures that farmers' prosperity is increasing. At the same time, the soil gets rejuvenated. I just want to conclude by saying that we are in a climate emergency, and what we are doing should have been done 30 years ago. But the next best time is now. So let's do it. Thank you.
Yeah, so big inspiration. So move to Brazil. Reni, você que está à frente de uma.
You are head of one of the biggest corporations in Brazil, Cevale, and we talked about technology, production of food, the connection of this with the farmers, and the connection to the economy as well. So what is the role of the cooperative as Cevale to develop in the revenue of the producers, but also organization and the connection of production with the market? Welcome, Vani. Thank you, and good afternoon, Vladimir. Good afternoon to everyone present and all our panelists, our table. And I can comment a little about my experience of my life. I'm about 60 years, 37 years in the profession, 37 years working with cooperativism. So I am extremely in love with cooperativism. I love working with cooperatives and with the rural producer. And the question that Ademir asked me, Dr. Sylvia answered with one example, with the producers of coffee of São Paulo. And that model, and I believe it's not the only one, but it's the model of cooperativism. It's a solution for seeking of organization and production, and mainly for the small producer, the family farming, in conjunction with where union can give them collective benefits to everyone. You saw in her description an association that went after Embrapa to understand their production. They organized in a cooperative, and from that organization they grew and they had the best results and they prospered. So our purpose in Cevale, which is the cooperative that I work for, which is a cooperative that is agro-industrial, is to generate prosperity. And this is the path, the great path for the social model that distributes revenue of the most correct social model and the most participative. We started with 24 producers, 24 farmers. It was a small one because the producers didn't have means to organize their production. They couldn't store their production. They didn't have credit to plant. They didn't have technical assistance, and they needed to organize that. And the cooperative was founded 63 years ago. Today, we are 30,000 associates, yielding about $5 billion annually, and that was in 2025. And we have a structure of diversification of activity. We started with grains, soya, and wheat, and today we have production of soya, corn, wheat, manioc, swine, poultry, fish, and also dairy. And we were able to diversify our production and bring more revenue to the producer and generate development for the communities around us. So I insist, cooperativism is very, you fall in love when you work with it, and I am in love with that. And I say this, it's not the only way, but it's one of the ways. And we are in India. And one of our greatest partners in the supply of inputs and technology is PL, is an Indian company. So today we are doing this relationship between India and Brazil in a cooperative that started very small. And today they have an approach that they export to more than 60 countries their products. My time is up, and I would like to thank this opportunity and show a little bit of what we do and what we can do. And I tell you, think big, but start small. This is our theme.
Muito inspirador também.
Very inspiring, very nice, very nice. What a great experience. Prasad.
So how we can move forward the cooperatives from the family farming and work together. So welcome.
Thank you, Muller. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present myself here. Let me introduce in a brief, I would like to introduce my organization from where I come from. So I am coming from a cooperative, multi-state cooperative society called NAFED. And we are in direct touch with 5.6 million farmers. We procure pulses and oilseeds from them. And in fact, I would proud to say that we are the largest custodian of pulses in the world right now. So this is and we are also forming a lot of FPOs, which is called Farmer Producer Organization and Cooperatives. So if you ask me about the corporatization in India, We have around, in India, we have around 8.3, over 800,000 cooperatives here, and which has around 300 million members to that. In India, the farmers...
300 million members.
300 million members in... so...
Okay, I heard it correct. Okay. I want to be sure.
So we have around these kind of activities going on in cooperative sector, where we not only do what we have here in India is like, we have an example of Amul, which is a very big organization, and it is dealing in dairy. We have IFCO, we have our MD Saab here. So we have very big organizations here, along with NAFED, those who are dealing with cooperatives, and they are successful. They are one of the most successful cooperatives in the world. Obviously, your UCB is also there, which I think so they manages billion in exports. So as far as the cooperatives here in India, and the Brazil and Indo-Brazil relations, we can have C2C, cooperative to cooperative relations. We have both India and Brazil, we have many similarities. Like we have tropical climates, we have small and marginal farmers with us, which can be, aggregated into small farmer groups, cooperatives, and then we have a lot of climate resilience. And we both countries would like to become the exporters to the entire world of food grains. So both the countries have similarities. We can exchange the capacity building. We can exchange our knowledge, as we have heard in the morning, that there are a lot of things to be exchanged. A lot of things can be like, for example, we have ENAM system, where we have around 8,000 mandis. Mandis are the aggregations of the food warehouses, which are linked with IT system. So earlier, 10 years back, we were just having, one farmer can only sell his product at a local market at a very low rate. But now he can put up his quantity, his produce, and which can be, viewed almost like 1,000 kilometers ahead. So now we are, as far as India is concerned, we are far ahead of our, these kind of technologies can be exchanged with Brazil for the benefit of both the countries. So I hope that wherever the cooperative is stronger, the farmer is stronger, and when the farmer is stronger, we have stronger rural livelihood. Thank you.
Exactly, Prasad. Thank you. Pessoal, muito obrigado. Quero agradecer aqui.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank all the panelists. I'm sure that's very clear that agriculture and familiar farming is fundamental piece to develop India and Brazil, that goes to the production of food, that has to do with food, has to do with inflation, has to do with stability, has to do with economical policies. And for that, we need technology, we need ecology, we need to work, and we need the cooperatives. They are fundamental pieces of organization of this production. So thank you very much to all of you here in the panel. So inspiring, and congratulations to the results we already have in our countries, and especially for the connections that we and you are doing. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed for all those valuable insights we had from all our eminent panelists in this session. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the proceedings of this session, requesting all our dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the front. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the Memorandum of Understanding Exchange ceremony. This ceremony marks a significant milestone in strengthening cooperation between Brazilian and Indian institutions across the key strategic areas and sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small announcement. There is a bag near the entrance. I believe it's purple, violet in color. If it belongs to any of the guests, you are kindly requested to remove it from the entrance. Otherwise, the Delhi police will have to take it in their custody. There's a bag lying next to the entrance. If it belongs to any of our guests present here, you may kindly remove it, or the Delhi police will have to take it in its custody. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between Fundaso Wale and the Tata Group. We invite to the stage the CEO of Wale, Mr. Gustavo Pimenta. Warm welcome, sir. The Executive Vice President of Sustainability of Wale Foundation, Ms. Graziele Parenti. The Global CEO of Tata Consultancy Services, Mr. K. Krithivasan. The CEO of the Tata Consultancy Services in Brazil, Bruno Roca, and His Excellency Honorable Minister of Education of Brazil, Mr. Camilo Santana. And now we request our dignitaries to kindly proceed with the exchange. A round of applause for the exchange of the MOU. Thank you very much indeed. You may kindly take your seats in the front. And we now proceed with the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association, ISMA, and the Brazilian Sugarcane Industry Association, UNICA, aimed at strengthening cooperation in the sugar and bioenergy sector. We invite to the stage the Executive Director and CEO of DCM Shriram, serving as the representative of Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association, Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak, and the President of the Chief Executive Officer of Brazilian Sugarcane Industry Association, Mr. Evandro Gosei. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations, and you may kindly take your seats in the front. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's an honor to welcome on the stage His Excellency Governor Jeronimo Rodrigues for the keynote speech. Let's put our hands together to welcome His Excellency on the stage. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency on the stage for the key address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My manifestation of joy and gratitude of the federal government, Brazilian and Indian. My congratulations to APEX for the opportunity and my presence here in this moment, in this event, in the forum. It's to consolidate what we have been hearing from the very beginning and since yesterday through President Lula of the meaning of a Brazilian government to attract and call out Brazilian and Indian business people so that we can consolidate a forum, a business forum. And as a governor of the state of Bahia, I bring here the message of a federal relationship between states, municipalities, through the Forum of Governors of the Northeast of Brazil, strengthening the our interest to expand our relationships, our trade and relationships. It's an honor to be a part of this meeting that brings together governments, business leaders, and strategic stakeholders at a time of profound reorganization of global production chains. I would also like to congratulate once again President Lula through APEX Brazil for this important initiative. We are living in a period marked by the digital revolution, the energy transition, and the redefinition of global logistics routes. In this context, predictability, cooperation, sustainability, and long-term vision have become decisive factors for productive investment. Brazil, under the leadership of President Lula, is experiencing a moment of institutional strengthening and the revival of its industrial policy oriented toward technology, innovation, and sustainability. The federal government has been working to rebuild the country's international credibility, expand trade dialogue, and consolidate an environment of regulatory predictability and legal certainty for both domestic and foreign investors. Brazil's Northeast region, composed of 9 states, whose governments have joined together in a strategic cooperation forum, the Northeast Consortium, holds significant potential for sustainable economical development. It has the country's greatest potential for wind and solar energy generation, growing sustainable industrial and mineral production, as well as highly productive agricultural output associated with renewable fuel production. It is within this context that Bahia positions itself. Bahia is the largest state in Brazil's northeast, with a territory equivalent to that of France, nearly 1,200 kilometers of coastline, and more than 14 million inhabitants. We are the largest economy in the Northeast, one of the 10 largest in Brazil, and one of the country's main agricultural industrial platforms. What distinguishes Bahia is its combination of strategic factors, or electricity matrix, is composed of 98% of renewable sources, wind, solar, and hydroelectric power. This represents not only an environmental commitment, but also a competitive advantage for companies seeking to reduce energy costs and meet global decarbonization standards. We are national leaders in centralized wind and solar generation, with strong expansion potential. We also possess the greatest diversity of critical minerals in Brazil, including vanadium, chromium, graphite, nickel, and copper. already produced in our state, as well as rare earth elements, which are essential inputs for batteries, metal alloys, and low carbon economy technologies. This combination of clean energy, strategic resources, and a diversified industrial base creates a highly competitive environment for new investments. Projects such as the BYD Automotive Complex, the company's largest investment outside Asia, exceeding $1 billion, demonstrate international confidence in Bahia's business environment. And Brazil also. Our infrastructure is also expanding. More than 6,000 kilometers of new transmission lines are being implemented in Bahia, increasing the capacity to integrate renewable energy projects and high energy demand ventures. We are also advancing strategic projects such as the West-East Railway, which will connect the productive interior to Porto Sul, strengthening our national and international logistical integration. The Salvador-Itaparica Bridge will enhance mobility and regional integration, a strategic project developed through a partnership with Chinese companies and an investment of nearly $3 billion. In the area of technology, Bahia is home to important universities and research centers such as Simai Tech, a national reference in engineering and technological development, including in the aerospace sector. We are working to consolidate the state as one of Brazil's leading industrial and technological hubs. In agriculture, Sylvia, we are part of two Brazil's main agriculture frontiers with growing production of soybeans, cotton, corn, fruits, and renewable fuels, characterized by high productivity by increasing agro-industrialization. In addition, Bahia has more than 600,000 family farming establishments, the largest number in the country, representing productive inclusion, food security, and development with social justice. In healthcare, we are strengthening the health industrial complex through partnerships for technology transfer and local production of strategic medicines. Investing in healthcare means expanding productive autonomy, generating knowledge, and creating qualified jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahia is open to productive investment, technological cooperation, and the construction of long-term partnerships. We offer clean and competitive energy, strategic infrastructure, a consumer market, a wide range of tax incentive programs for industrial and agricultural sectors, supporting and accessing financing through regional and federal development banks, institutional stability, a secure business environment, and a strong commitment to innovation and sustainability. We are ready to expand partnerships, integrate global value chains, and transform opportunities into shared and sustainable development. Once again, thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate Apex for the amazing event. I would like to invite all the business people, all the Indian business people, to unite in this moment of investments in this forum, and we are available not so much also as President Lula and Bahia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, the Honorable Governor, for such a remarkable words. And ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate all the institutions and partners involved in the strategic partnership between Brazil and India across industry, health, infrastructure, and innovation. And this concludes the Memorandum of Understanding, signing, and exchange ceremony. We would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we are expecting the Honorable President Lula and Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal, to join us any moment now. Meanwhile, we are getting the stage ready for the plenary session. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. Thank you. Of course. Both eminent dignitaries, President Lula and Shri Piyush Goyalji is here with us at the venue, would be joining us any moment now. We would request everyone to be seated. Once again requesting for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. And ladies and gentlemen, we would once again inform all our distinguished guests for language translation, we have headsets, the SI sets, which are available with us on demand outside the main door. If you wish to have your headset, you may kindly move out towards the main door and collect your headset. Channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for Portuguese. A kind request for all those who have been using the headsets to kindly deposit or return your headsets after you have used them before you leave the venue. Thank you very much indeed. We are waiting the arrival of our distinguished dignitaries who would be joining us very shortly. Thank you. Welcome to all our distinguished guests present here with us for now the plenary session of the India-Brazil Business Forum. We have been informed both our eminent dignitaries are here at the venue of the Taj Palace Hotel. They're having a short brief meeting, will be joining us any moment now. We would request everyone to be seated, all mobile phones to be kindly kept on to silent mode, and we would request everyone to kindly remain seated while the addresses or the proceedings are being done on the stage. And in the end, we would request no one to leave the hall before the president. We request our dignitaries to depart first and then our guests to leave the hall. Till the time our dignitaries do not depart, we request everyone to kindly remain seated, and this is for the security concern. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your kind attention? We have few very important announcements before our dignitaries join us. First and foremost, all electronic devices are requested to be kept on to silent mode. Secondly, when our dignitaries arrive, enter the hall, we would request everyone to kindly rise to welcome them. And when, in the end of the plenary session, when the Honorable President and the Honorable Minister departs, we would request everybody to kindly remain seated. This is for the security protocol. And all our guests who are standing in the aisle passages to kindly take their seats. All those standing in the aisle passages are kindly requested to be seated. This is a security protocol of the Honorable President. Everybody is requested to take a seat. If you can't find a chair, kindly let us know. We will assist you to an empty chair. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, two very important announcements. When the Honorable President, His Excellency, arrives, we request everyone to kindly rise in his welcome. And after the plenary session, in the end, we all are requested to kindly stay back in your seats as a security protocol until and unless the Honorable His Excellency President has not departed. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all our distinguished guests who are standing in the aisle passages are kindly requested to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your kind attention, please? There is a bag lying on my right hand side next to the speaker. If it belongs to any of the guests here, you are requested to kindly remove it from there, or the Delhi police will have to take it in its custody as a security concern. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again take you through the housekeeping announcements. First and foremost, all electronic devices are requested to be kept on to silent mode. Secondly, for language translation, we have headsets available. If you need one, you may kindly contact us. All those who have the headsets, number 1 channel is for English, number 2 is for Portuguese. And we would request all those using the headsets to kindly return it back before you leave the venue after you have used it. Ladies and gentlemen, when our dignitaries walk inside the hall onto the stage, we would request everyone to kindly rise in their welcome. In the end, when the plenary session gets over, His Excellency and the Honorable Minister depart, we would request everyone to kindly remain seated. This is a security protocol until and unless the dignitaries have departed the hall. Thank you very much indeed.
agenda, usable notepad. Notepad, pen. Sanvi?
Is the Minister of Foreign Relations who was with the President. And our Vice Minister of Development and Industry, Marcelo Rosa, he was on the program.
Honorable Minister.
Foreign Relations.
Nine. Voting event. Nine means nine means आपके पास 9 means एक नहीं था मैम वो बनने गया है
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin the plenary session. We request everyone to take their places.
एक और
Yes, and everybody else. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the plenary session of the Brazil-India Business Forum. Once again requesting everyone to kindly take their respective seats. We're expecting the dignitaries any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated as soon as possible.
When are you going to call the people to the stage? As soon as you have the name of everybody, 9 names. As soon as the president arrives. Thank you so much. You'll have to let me know.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise to welcome on stage the Honorable President of the Federated Republic of Brazil, His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. We also invite on stage
You can buy that one on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome on stage the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We welcome on stage Mr. Fernando Haddad, Honorable Minister of Finance of Brazil. We welcome Mr. Mauro Vieira, Honorable Minister of Foreign Relations of Brazil. We welcome Mr. Marcio Elias Rosa, Vice Minister, Ministry of Development of Industry, Trade and Services of Brazil. We welcome on stage the President of Apex Brazil, Mr. Jorge Viana. The President of FICCI and Vice Chairman of RPG Group, Mr. Anand Goenka. We welcome on stage Ms. Tarciana Medeiros, President Banco do Brasil, and Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI.
when the president comes in, you're going to add Mr. George Viana, who we called before, but he wasn't here. So.
May we once again invite on stage Mr. George Viana, the president of Apex Brussels. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the Honorable President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. And we also welcome Mr. George Viana, the President of Apex Brazil. Thank you. Namaskar and good evening. His Excellency Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Honorable President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, the Government of India, Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, senior government officials, distinguished business leaders from India and Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the plenary session of the India-Brazil Business Forum. And to formally begin the proceedings of this event, we are pleased to invite the President of the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, Mr. George Viana.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's an honor for me, on behalf of my colleagues from Apex, and of course, from the Brazilian Foreign Affairs Ministry and the other ministries who help us to organize, at the request of the President, this forum, which is the 20th Business Forum that the President has adopted to do when he visits a foreign country. He asks us to invite the business community for us to organize a business forum with representatives from Brazil and the countries that we're visiting. Mr. President, this is the 20th forum that we have held in these 3 years in your administration. This has never happened in this intensity. I would say to you that we have had over 9,000 business people who took part in these different forums. And this, here in India, as you yourself said just now, it has a historic feeling, which you translated really well there. And of course, you will probably repeat and mention here, we had with us 250 Brazilian business people and over 400 Indian business people. And I'd like to thank the organizations here in India, also our embassy, our offices, and specifically speaking, the General Director of FIC, who is here with us, our counterpart, who helped us in organizing this forum. I'd just like to say, Mr. President, that your suggestion of including here in our forum the attendance of ministers, we had 6 panels debating matters that were adjusted based on India's and Brazil's interest. So we had 7 different ministers making comments, starting with Minister Haddad early this morning, who provided the panorama, as you requested, of the business environment in Brazil. And the other ministers, they opened the panels that followed after the opening panel. So we had one of 6 panels. And I like to say that some big Brazilian business people managed to find time in their busy schedule and came to take part in this forum. So I would just like to mention that it is very important to have the attendance of the president of Vale, Mr. Pimenta, who is announcing Brazilian investment here in India of over $500,000 here in this trip. We have here Embraer. I'm not going to mention the figure, but at the meeting with the business groups, 2 groups, right, announced cooperation investment with Embraer here in India as well as Brazil. So they talked and told the president that they were about to make this happen. So it's as you wanted, Mr. President, Brazil arriving in India, but this is a two-way street, right? This understanding. I would also like to mention the attendance of Marcos Molina. I know how difficult it was for him to come because he is an incredibly busy person. Also, Junior, who is here, director of Valley. And in their name, I'd like to thank everyone who took part in this forum. But without the attendance of the business organizations partner of Apex, we would not be able to organize such a grand event. CNI has helped us, supported us. This agency has been representing some other people. And my comments are coming to an end, and I'd like to conclude with the optimism that I've just seen in the previous meeting, an extraordinary model. I saw 12 Indian business leaders saying that they are betting in Brazil, that they're in Brazil, they're going to go to Brazil, they're investing in Brazil because of the business environment that the government of President Lula has created in the moment that we are going through in Brazil. That Minister Haddad mentioned this morning. They did some maths, the Minister of Trade and Mr. Chandra. They did their calculation of the market value of the groups that were there with President Lula, and it was $1 trillion, which is the market value of the companies who have just met with President Lula. And I think this is extraordinary because it has been announced, because I'm not going to say this because we need to do the sort of calculation properly. Some groups talk about 5 billion investments, another 1 billion reais. So this year for these investments to start. So we are going to publicize to the press, of course, the purpose and expectation as far as investment is concerned. But I'd like to conclude saying that this is the 20th Business Forum. The next one is on Monday in Seoul, in Korea, and it is a great honor for me to have the trust by the president to lead such a grand event of holding a meeting such as the one now it was hard work to get together. My dear friend, Minister Márcio Elias, knows how difficult it is for us to put together a meeting like that. But with the goodwill of the Indian leaders and Mr. Chandra, we managed to get this done. It was an important meeting. It was an objective meeting. And we leave the meeting with the feeling that Brazil and India are indeed going to reach a trade flow which is going to be much, much higher than we've actually got now. I mentioned $100 billion. Mr. Chandra talked about $100 billion. India's Minister of Trade also talked about $100 billion because it makes no sense for Brazil to have $150 billion of trade flow with China, $100 billion with the US, have almost $100 billion trade flow with Europe, and have $15 billion with India. It makes absolutely no sense. And this is what we're putting our chips on, that this forum, that this state visit by the president is going to take us into a new phase, a new happy story of those who believe this, Brazilians and Indians alike, because there's relation of these two countries, which are the two biggest democracies in the global south, the two big economies of the global south. So we are starting again, because when Brazil was founded, today we were saying this, when Brazil was found, if you will, it was a connection with India, because there's a version of the story that Pedro Alvarez Cabral, he was trying to find a shortcut to India, and he ended up in Bahia in Brazil. So, hey, good. So we started like that, right? With Goa, Salvador, and then, you know, Salvador of our dear Governor Geronimo, who honors us with his presence. So, President Lula, congratulations and thank you very much with the trust, and you give us the privilege of helping you in this kind of work. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Vienna, for your valuable remarks and also for your leadership throughout the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding, first between Apex Brazil and the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. We invite on the stage the Business Director of Apex Brazil, Ms. Ana Hepeza, the Director General of FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, the President of Apex Brazil, Mr. George A. Viana, and the President of FICCI and Vice Chairman of RPG Group, Mr. Anand Goenka. This MOU strengthens cooperation to promote trade and investment between India and Brazil. Thank you. You may kindly take your seats. And we now continue with the Memorandum of Understanding between Embraer and Adani Defence and Aerospace. We would like to invite on the stage the President of Embraer, Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto, and the CEO of Adani Defence and Aerospace, Mr. Ashish Rajwanshi, and the Director, Mr. Jeet Adani. The MOU is for the establishment of a final assembly line for the E-175 aircraft in India to strengthen the local regional transport ecosystem with globally proven efficiency and reliability. The aircraft will contribute to the next phase of Indian regional connectivity. We thank the representatives. And we now proceed with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Fiocruz and Biocon Pharma Limited. We invite on stage the Vice President for Production and Health Innovation of Fiocruz, Ms. Priscilla Ferraz Sores, the Global Head of Business Development and Chief Operating Officer for Emerging Markets of Biocon Pharma Limited, Mr. Sushil Umesh, and the Honorable Minister of Health of Brazil, Mr. Alexandre Padilla. This MOU establishes the R&D in strategic pharmaceutical ingredients and medicines for SUS, with emphasis on rare diseases, oncology, and immunosuppressants. We request Ms. Priscilla to kindly take her seat, and we call upon stage His Excellency the Governor of Bahia, Mr. Jeronimo Rodrigues, representing the Bahia Pharma, and the CEO of BioNovis, Mr. Odnir Finoti. Ladies and gentlemen, today Bahia Pharma, Biocon and Biologics and BioNovis have celebrated a partnership for the productive development of the medicine pertuzumab, indicated the HER2 metastatic breast cancer. The estimated annual procurement value of BRL 503.4 million, an estimated population served of 72,000 patients. Thank you. We request our dignitaries to kindly take their seats. And we now have the honor of the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between NMDC Limited, Wales SA, and Adani Gangavaram Port Limited. And we would like to invite on stage from NMDC, Mr. Vijay Kumar, the Technical Director. From Wale SA, the CEO, Gustavo Pimante, and Sergio Fernandez, Director of the Product and Business Development, and from Adani Gangavaram Port, Mr. Amit Malik, the CEO. The MOU establishes the cooperation to create a facility under a Special Economic Zone (SEZ) regime at the port of Gangavaram, intended for blending and selling iron ore fines. The project is valued at approximately $500 million. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the President of FICCI and Vice Chairman of RPG Group, Mr. Anand Goenka, to kindly felicitate the Honorable President of Brazil with a green certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a FICCI initiative wherein a thicket of 100 trees will be planted at Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh for ecotourism in the name of His Excellency, symbolizing the shared commitment to sustainability and a greener future. May I now request Mr. Anand Goenka to kindly do the honors of felicitating Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Anand Goenka to kindly share his remarks.
His Excellency, Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Honorable President of the Republic of Brazil, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Jorge Viana, President Apex Brazil, colleagues on the dais, business friends. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Boa tarde. On behalf of FICCI and the Indian business community, it is my great honor to welcome you to the Indian-Brazilian Business Forum. We are honored to welcome President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and the accompanying high-level delegation, whose presence reflects the deepening strategic and economic partnership between India and Brazil. We are also privileged to have Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, whose leadership continues to strengthen India's global trade and investment engagement. India and Brazil share a partnership built on democratic values and a commitment to inclusive, sustainable, people-centric growth. Our cooperation spans BRICS, IBSA, G20, Global Biofuel Alliance, International Solar Alliance, and the United Nations, and is increasingly translating into stronger economic and business ties. Brazil remains India's key trading partner in Latin America. In 2025, bilateral trade reached $15 billion, growing over 25% this year, and we have heard that we are looking at a $100 billion target over time. India offers significant opportunities for Brazilian companies. A fast-growing economy, a large domestic market, and sustained reforms in taxation, logistics, digital infrastructure, and industrial policy. Initiatives such as Make in India, Digital India, and PLI schemes strengthen India's position as a hub for manufacturing, innovation, and global operations. Both countries are founding members of BRICS, FICCI being the official secretariat for the BRICS Business Council and the BRICS Women Business Alliance in India has consistently worked to deepen the economic engagement between our economies. With India assuming the BRICS presidency this year, after a very successful term under Brazil's presidency last year, we look forward to carrying forward the agenda of strengthening BRICS business ties and aligning our economic priorities for collective growth. Looking ahead, India and Brazil can work together in strengthening supply chains, advancing sustainable agriculture, expanding clean energy and biofuels, deepening healthcare and pharmaceutical cooperation, and promoting innovation through startups and digital technologies. I must acknowledge that it's been a very encouraging day with productive sessions throughout and several MOUs having been signed between Indian and Brazilian stakeholders in key sectors such as pharma, defense, agriculture, show a strategic economic partnership between the two countries. FICCI remains committed to working with partners in both countries to translate dialogue into tangible outcomes. With these words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all distinguished delegates and wish the India-Brazil Business Forum every success. Obrigado. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
We sincerely thank Mr. Anand Goenka for his thoughtful remarks and for the valuable reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now privileged to hear from a visionary leader who has played a transformative role in shaping India's global trade engagement and economic strategy. It is now our distinct honor to invite Shri Piyush Goyalji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, for the special address.
Your Excellency, Mr. Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, Honorable President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers from Brazil, Mr. Viana, President of Apex Brazil, Mr. Goenka, President of FICCI, all the distinguished guests, business persons, captains of industry gathered here today, friends from both Brazil and India, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, boa tarde. It is indeed a great privilege and distinct honor to host His Excellency, the President of Brazil, the delegation from Brazil, all the distinguished ministers, business persons, and friends who have joined us at this Brazil-India Business Forum. This visit certainly marks a defining moment in the relationship between two of the world's largest democracies. India and Brazil have both demonstrated a very remarkable diplomatic relay. In September 2023, we passed on the G20 presidency to Brazil under His Excellency President Lula. And in 2026, Brazil is passing on the BRICS presidency to India. We congratulate Brazil for the successful BRICS summit, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to receive your guidance and support as we take forward the agenda during the current year. Brazil has always been a very strong voice for the global South, and on behalf of 140 crore Indians, today, Excellency, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you and the people of Brazil for the high honor that you bestowed upon our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji by conferring the grand collar of the National Order of the Southern Cross when he visited Brazil. This honor, friends, is a testament to the profound and lasting friendship between our two great nations. India and Brazil are natural partners. Our relationship is built on the foundation of democracy, diversity, and shared aspirations for development. We have a strong, multifaceted, strategic partnership driven by people-to-people ties and expanding cooperation across sectors. Brazil is India's largest trading partner in Latin America and the Caribbean region. Our bilateral engagement has continued to deepen in several areas such as defense, energy, agriculture, agrochemicals. We are also expanding cooperation in health and pharma, energy, including renewable energy, critical minerals, defense, the aviation sector, and there's significant growth in our collaboration in science and technology, the digital public infrastructure, artificial intelligence, as well as in space technologies. I agree with both the previous speakers and with His Excellency the President in an earlier engagement that our bilateral trade, even though it has grown by 25% last year, at $15 billion is truly suboptimal. We have to be significantly more ambitious. Today, President Lula and Prime Minister Modi have both set much higher benchmarks, but I'm confident, seeing the excitement in the earlier engagement and this evening with all of you, that we should aspire to grow faster, to grow bigger, and to grow together for the shared prosperity of both nations. Our partnership also has many other dimensions: our South-South cooperation, our BRICS cooperation, our cooperation in the IBSA, our cooperation in the G20, at the WTO. And I'm very confident that the future is very bright for both countries. India, Excellency, recently concluded a series of new high-quality free trade agreements and is actively negotiating many more as a part of our fast advancing trade strategy. With these agreements, India now enjoys preferential access to nearly 2/3 of global trade. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the 9 FTAs that we have finalized significantly deepen our integration with key developed economies. These FTAs span partnerships with several countries across continents, giving our exporters unprecedented market access into high-value, high-income countries. These new FTAs mark a decisive step in positioning India at the center of the global value chains. We are in active negotiations with many other countries with whom we hope to enter into free trade agreements. We have finalized terms of reference with Israel, with the GCC, and we have also launched discussions with Canada and hope to launch free trade agreement negotiations with them in the near future. The Mercosur region is particularly important for us, and we are working to expand our India-Mercosur preferential trade agreement to improve market access, to grow investments on both sides, to have technology partnerships, to engage in sports, education, culture, etc. Excellency, Your visit comes at a time when both our economies are experiencing renewed momentum. India today is the world's fastest growing major economy. Our real GDP growth in the second quarter of this year was upward of 8%. This growth reflects the structural transformation of India's economy under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi since 2014. We are on track to surpass Germany in the next 2 years or so to become the world's third largest GDP. This growth, friends, is driven by reforms in taxation, logistics, manufacturing, digital infrastructure, reducing compliance burden, making it easier to do business, and supporting the efforts of our business community across all regions, all sectors. We have positioned India today as a trusted and reliable destination for global business and investments. Friends, in the financial year 25 alone, India attracted nearly $80 billion in foreign direct investment, the highest ever so far in a single year. This has been driven by our competitive investment climate and transformative schemes supporting industry in sectors like semiconductors, green energy, electric mobility, amongst others. We also actively promote outward investment to other regions, and therefore these free trade agreements will play an important role in building the right climate for India's industry to grow domestically and internationally. When we think of Brazil, we think of its rich natural resources. Minerals like niobium, lithium, and iron ore are vital for shaping the future of technology and global energy transition. Brazil is also a global agriculture powerhouse, producing several products that help feed billions. Brazil's aerospace, automotive, and digital technology industries are rapidly evolving, offering abundant opportunities for collaboration. All of this comes together to make Brazil our strategic partner in global supply chains. Together, we have the potential to reshape global supply or global value chains with resources, innovation, and a forward-looking vision. We warmly invite Brazilian companies to partner with us in these areas, co-creating jobs, adding value, and supporting each other with technology. Our shared commitment to safeguarding national interests and promoting equitable access ensures that global intellectual property frameworks consider the concerns of developing countries, particularly in protecting indigenous technology. In July 2025, on his state visit to Brazil, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and President Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva agreed to deepen the India-Brazil strategic partnership. We support that initiative wholeheartedly from the business community of both countries. The state visit of His Excellency will provide another opportunity for both sides to chart a forward-looking agenda and strengthen our bilateral strategic partnership to reach greater heights. As President Lula da Silva rightly said, no one can reap the fruit before planting the trees. Today, let us plant the seeds of a stronger India-Brazil partnership, nurturing them with collaboration and innovation so that we can reap the fruits of mutual prosperity in the years to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, President Lula. Namaskar.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your inspiring address and for outlining a forward-looking roadmap for India-Brazil economic cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the most distinguished moment of the plenary session. It is a profound honor to welcome a global statesman and an enduring champion of South-South cooperation, His Excellency Mr. Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, the Honorable President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, who has been a steadfast advocate of inclusive growth and social justice, sustainable development and stronger cooperation among emerging economies.
Well, today is a very promising day for India and for Brazil. And this is why I'd like to greet the Minister of Trade and Industry of India, the Brazilian ministers who have come with me, the members of parliament who have come with us. I'd like to greet the Indian business people and the Brazilian business people who are part of this business forum and are here with us. I am very optimistic in the India-Brazil relation. I'm very optimistic because we have a lot of similarities, because we have a lot of things in common, and because we wish, to no longer be developing countries and become developed nations. The opportunities, they're here. They've been given. The role of Prime Minister Modi and the role of the Brazilian president is basically to open the door so that, the business community can do what they know best. Negotiate, build partnerships, make investments in Brazil, in India, so that both economies may grow together. Therefore, I, really do want to take part in business forums in all my trips. It is very important that, presidents learn that with them, they should bring a delegation of business people so that we, may make business really, really happen. But in no other seminar has ever been that present in my plan. As soon as arranged with Prime Minister Modi my visit to India, as a return of the visit that he made to Brazil, I told him that it would be important for us to hold a big business meeting to, make sure that India's and Brazil's wishes of becoming a great economy are being provided for, and thus I sent my Vice President, Geraldo Alckmin, who had the first business mission to India last year. And in this state visit, I have with me possibly the biggest delegation of ministers, business people of all the different trips that I have taken up until now. And this shows the commitment that I have with India. Trade flows and exchanges, as well as investment flows, they provide ballast to political relations among countries. Events such as this, they drive national development and the advance of innovative technologies. It also attracts investments that lead to income opportunity for workers in India as well as in Brazil. The distance between Brazil and India is but a detail vis-a-vis the potential for friendship between our countries. I had the honor of leading the signing of our strategic partnership back in 2006. Since then, our bilateral trade went from $2.4 billion to $15 billion. It is a lot of growth, but it's still not much if we take into consideration Brazil's and India's size. But can you think, right, that in 2006 our trade was only $2.4 billion, so nothing really. And this is something that shows that not even did India look to Brazil or Brazil look to India, and all of us, I mean, we were, raised to look at the big powerhouses, to look to Europe, to the US, to look to Japan, and more recently China, and we didn't look at each other. We couldn't see each other. And now we have decided to change this. We decided to change this because the potential, of political, economic, cultural, scientific, technological integration between Brazil and India is something which is huge in its dimension, and perhaps we do not have the capability of seeing this. I was just saying this to the business people who we met. I was in India for 2005 when India managed to have an international reserves of $100 billion for the first time. This was back in 2005. Brazil had no reserves at that time. Brazil owed $30 billion to the IMF. And Brazil, was always being charged with IMF representatives coming to Brazil. Because of that trip that I made to India, I decided that Brazil should have international reserves. And shortly after that, we reached $370 billion in international reserves. In that same year, 2005, for the first time, Brazil managed to export the equivalent to $100 billion. It was a big celebration for Brazil, And today our international trade flow reaches $649 billion. So this shows that, the possibilities, they're there. Look, Prime Minister Modi and I have committed to work for us to reach $20 billion in, a trade exchange in a few years. I'd like to remind you that when I visited India in 2005, me and Prime Minister Singh, we committed to reach $10 billion 10 years later. So I said to Prime Minister Modi that $20 billion is not much for, India and Brazil. I mean, with the number of Indian business people that are in Brazil already, and with the number of Brazilian investors that want to invest in India, and with the attempt of bringing multilateralism to an end, implementing unilateralism, China, India, and Brazil, instead of, crying over spilt milk, what we need to do is to ensure that this happens between our two countries. And this is why I think, and I said this to Prime Minister Modi, that I will not be surprised that if by 2030 We have not reached 20 billion, but 30 billion in bilateral trade between our two countries. All we need to do is, work for it. In today's world, the connectivity and commercial possibilities have become a synonym of resilience because of protectionism and trade unilateralism. Since the start of my term in office, Mercosur has signed agreements with Singapore, EFTA, and more recently with the European Union, increasing significantly the preferential trade agreement Mercosur-India that has been discussed since 2009 is a priority when you look for a possible free trade agreement for the future. Two such important markets such as Brazil and India needs a sort of wider reaching, more ambitious framework. The reciprocal interest is growing. Over 100 missions by Brazilian business people actually visited India in the last 3 years. A great number of business people will benefit from extending the visa validity for business in terms from 5 to 10 years to support the private sector of both countries so that we may identify opportunities and actually close deals. The Brazilian Export Promotion Agency, APEX, yesterday opened their office in Delhi. And the agreement on cooperation for small, medium-sized companies that we signed today, they're going to support the exchange of experience in a crucial sector for creating jobs and for our economies in cutting-edge sectors such as IT, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and space exploration. Opportunities are countless. The digital partnership with India is the first of this nature signed by Brazil. It will bring together cooperation in artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, startups of technological basis. We are also leaders in the creation of digital public infrastructure, the DPIs. The Brazilian PIX and India's stack shows that it is possible to democratize technology and place innovation at the service of inclusion. Facing climate change is an obsession of my government. This year, we have reduced deforestation in the Amazon in 50% in relation to 2022. In 2026, we are going to have the lowest deforestation rate in Brazil's history. Brazil's doing its part to ensure that we have a planet where next generations can live in. We have been monitoring our biomes and we use science as a tool of care and sovereignty. Together with India, we want to be drivers of a new development model. We have transformed challenges of energy transition and of climate change into opportunities. India is the bioenergy market that grows the most in the world, and Brazil has half a century of experience with ethanol and dual fuel engines. At the level of the Global Biofuel Alliance, we are creating a world market. Energy and digital transition will not take place without critical minerals. Brazil has at least 26% of the world reserves of critical minerals, and we have only 30% of its territory prospected. Just like India, we have established the National Mission for Critical Minerals. Brazil has set up a national council linked to the presidency of the Republic to ensure our sovereignty. We want to attract the processing chain for this wealth for the Brazilian territory without having to make excluding options. The agreement that we signed today with India, it goes in this direction. Precisely. Dear friends, we also have synergies in the agri-livestock sector. We are the second and fourth biggest producers of food in the world. The Zebu cattle in Brazil has its origins from the start of the 20th century through importing of Nellore and Ghir and cows from the Gujarat, which is the home state of Prime Minister Modi. Today, Brazil sells its animal genetics to India. We can cooperate in integrating agricultural productive chains, in technological innovation, sustainable use of soil, and also in global food security. The health industrial complex is another strategic line for cooperation and bilateral trade. India is a big provider of pharmaceutical inputs for Brazil. We have a track record of joint action to ensure wide-reaching and cheap access of generic medication for low-income populations and also for developing countries. In this forum, we signed 3 agreements of strategic partnership with few crews of local companies for developing vaccines, medications, and essential inputs. Another field with a lot of potential is for smart hospitals, such as the one that the Minister of Health, Alexandre Padilha, visited in Bangalore. Brazilian industry is competitive in many different sectors with high technological content and value-added content, such as aeronautics and spatial sectors. India is already the 3rd biggest commercial aviation market in the world and one of the biggest global defense markets, with very ambitious modernizing schemes. In both areas, Brazil is ready to cooperate. We don't want just to sell. We want to buy, we want to invest and consolidate our presence in India with the transfer of technology and personnel capacity building. With the agreement signed by Embraer with the Adani and Mahindra Group, these agreements are going to allow for the production of commercial and defense aircrafts here in India. In order to attract investments, Brazil has undergone a historic tax reform, which Minister Fernando Haddad has probably mentioned when he spoke to you this morning. Today, we offer legal certainty, economic stability, political stability, and social stability. The Growth Acceleration Program, the PAC, and the new Brazil industry, which mobilized over $50 billion, they are open to Indian participation in areas such as clean energy, electrical mobility, health, aerospace, semiconductors, and digital innovation. My friends, Brazil is going to continue to increase our relations with the world without distinction or automatic alignments. Business have no color, religion, or ideology. You, business people, you are the core for these opportunities to become a reality. Paraphrasing Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when she visited Brazil in 1968, she used to say, "The future does not arrive on its own. We need to wish it." So let's get to work. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your visionary address and for reaffirming the strength and future potential of the India-based partnerships. We now request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the official photograph.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. We would request all our distinguished guests and participants to kindly remain seated. We request everyone to kindly remain seated while the dignitaries depart. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly remain seated while our dignitaries depart from the stage.